Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into another edition of Some Extra Sauce this Wednesday night. This hump night is going to be big because we got a lot of stuff going on tonight. I mean, a lot. Of course, you got to circle around those Bears, man. We're going to have a hell of a conversation about that. Some of the guys that we have brought in for a 30 visit, we got a whole conversation for those guys, minus one because I didn't get a chance to do one of those guys, an interior offensive lineman. Pardon me for that. But all the other guys I did good coverage of, and we'll have a good conversation about them and everything going on Bears and what we're doing so far ain't sitting well with a whole lot of people. So we'll get into that conversation fairly early in the show. But again, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. If you saw the thumbnail, you came to the show, then you know kind of where it's going. It's the the Doomsday Prepper part of it's going to be it's going to be kind of serious, but at the same time, very informative. I would say that very, very informative, that part of the show. And we'll do the UAP stuff a little bit later on. It's going to be good, you guys. And so I'm just telling you, if you are hearing the sound of my voice and you got people interested in UAP activity, you got people interested in prepping because there's a lot going on in the world right now. You got people that like movies, drinks, food, the whole nine. You like the Bears. I'm telling you, send this link to somebody that you think would enjoy the show because we don't let you down. We never do, man. We're going to cover the Bears wall to wall with good depth to that coverage. Of course we will. And we also have a chef in the building tonight. And we're going to get to him pretty quickly here, man. So let me stop talking because we just got that much stuff to talk about. We need to get into this show so we can keep you guys going, man. So let me pass it on, a bounce pass to the Canuck and see if he can make a layup tonight.
Boom. What it do, y'all? It's Wednesday night. Time for some extra sauce. Thank you, one and all, for joining us. Shout out to my guy Naj in the chat. As we go through, I know y'all will, filter your way in, and we'll get deeper into different sides of the discussion, whether it is my good friend who will be showing up here in a minute, that is a good old chef, or whether it's the Bears or Doomsday or what have you. We'll take it around, around the block and back and give you what you came for on a Wednesday night. And we're happy to have you as we go. All that being said, stuff with me, nothing really big in Keds land, nothing really too crazy in Canada. Things are pretty much status quo. Family's doing well. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, and I have been for the last couple of days. But trying to fight through, trying to power through. Regardless, I'm here ready to rock and roll with y'all. And so is my homeboy beside me, and so is that darn chef.
Well, I hope whatever you're going through, I hope you keep it's balanced. You got it under control and, you can manage it. Hopefully, man, and I'm being serious. I'm being serious, man, because one never knows what the next person is going through personally. Yeah. And we all come and we get together to do these shows to entertain, inform, and just give some, basically some construct to, the epitome of what we do is Bears conversations, but we do so much other stuff. This is a deep show, man. And so whatever you got going on, man, I'm always with you. So no matter what, I'll be around. So I just appreciate you being here tonight. And we do have a chef in the building, so I'm gonna be brief. Me personally, in my I got shit going on, man. Right now, because I sold my truck, I'm down to one vehicle, which we haven't found the answer to as to why it's not running. And so it's in one shop. They could not figure out what's going on. So I had it put in another shop that specializes in electronics. Like the guy that had it feels like it might be something going on computer wise with the car. And he said, you know, we don't basically let me know we don't specialize in that. And I asked him, I was like, hey man, where could I send this thing to somebody that really specializes in this work? And boom, without fail, he told me a guy that's right nearby as well. He's like, this is what they do, you know, send it to him. And he didn't charge me anything he kept it for like 3-4 days. Didn't charge me nothing, man. So it's good people out here in the world that will, you know, service your vehicle or try to service your vehicle and won't charge you a damn dime because you've been a good customer to them. And so it's just that. Oh man, I ain't gonna tell you how good that.
So let me ask you some crazy questions now. What are the symptoms? What is your vehicle going through? Can you describe it?
How about this? You go turn your car over, and it's turning, and it's right there, and it just doesn't finish. So immediately, you might start thinking, okay, we need some more spark plugs, some new spark plugs on it because it's just not getting fire and not flipping all the way over and starting. It's like right there. It's not doing it. It doesn't have any symptoms whatsoever. It just won't finish the rotation of the cycle. So it and just won't flip all the way over. And so we had sensors removed and replaced, different things like these electrical sensors that give a charge to some of the stuff that you have going on. Look, let me tell you, man, I had a few people look at this thing. I'm telling you. And so whatever it is, what?
You changed the battery?
Brand new battery. I just told you that.
Brand new battery. Yeah. What about the alternator?
Nothing wrong with it.
Say again?
Nothing wrong with it.
Okay. Those would be the two things that generally do it. Something else that might do it is your fan belt.
Nah.
Is the fan belt actually spinning?
Man,
or is it seized?
Trust me, everything is regular. I had my homeboys that do this shit look at it. That's when after they couldn't really figure it out, that's when we put it in the shop. Put it in the shop with no matter what's going on with this car. This guy works wonders. Even he couldn't figure it out. He was just like, man, there's something electrical going on with this vehicle. I'm gonna tell you where to put this thing at so they can figure out what it is. I don't think he really had time because they've been swamped in this area, kids, man. This area has had all kinds of damage going on. You got stuff, physical damage with vehicles, and then, you know, functional damage with cars that and so everybody's like backed up. And so this is just something I don't think he had time to figure out. But he gave me a reference to a place that does this specifically. And so it's been there for 24 hours, and we're just waiting to hear back. Hopefully good things happen. But if not, I'm a cash car dude. We're gonna buy another car. That's what we're gonna do.
Well, at least as long as you got a backup plan, that's the worst backup plan because you're coming out of pocket in a major way. So respect that. You know, I'm with you. I feel what you're going through. What you're describing is like something that Canadians go through on a regular basis just due to cold. And there's kind of, you know, over time, you know, as a young man, you kind of get had and taken. You know, people will mess you over, for lack of a better word, and take your money and replace things that don't need to be replaced. As an older man, I kind of realized that there's just about 4 things that you can look at to get that thing to turn over. If they've looked at those 4 things and it still won't turn over, man, I'm with you. I don't know what you do, and maybe what you do is you go get yourself another whip. So, you know, fingers crossed it's not what you have to do, but it's what you want to do, and you're buying another whip because you want to do it, and the truck comes back working, right? So,
I'll tell you one thing, man. Last thing is part of the show that we're going to cover in Doomsday Survival is, you know, spending money right now is not very optimal. Right now, holding on to any of the assets you have as far as cash goes is very optimal right now. So nobody really want to be out there spending money. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. But when you have to take care of business, you have to take care of business and do what you got to do. You do what you got to do. But
vidIQ is asking you make, model, and year. What are you driving?
Man, it's an old van, and I love that old van because it's lovely. It's a
So Dodge
04,
Caravan?
04, no, it's a 04 Nissan Quest.
Okay. 04 Nissan Quest. Smitty will watch. Smitty will probably suss this out in a minute.
Shout out to Smitty who got in here live, man. He been watching the replay like a big man. I love Smitty Q, man, because he's always responsive, man. He's always gonna say something, man. Let us know he's around, man. Smitty out there on them trucks. I know they're getting hit right now because of all the crazy stuff that's going on in the world. So that part of the show, when we get to that, Smitty, you're gonna really, really enjoy it, man. You're gonna really enjoy it. So stick around for that. But without further ado, man, let's get the chef set up because I know he's ready to G-O. I can see him down there.
All right. Let's see, chef. Let's see. Is he in here?
You want me to pull him up?
If you got it quickly, you can.
Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. Chef Trips. A motherfucker in the kitchen. And it will be beautiful.
Here's our guy, man. Let's bring him on in. My brother, the chef, what it do? How are things?
Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. We got you.
Welcome to the kitchen of Chef Trips. I am the owner and proprietor, and as we are known on some extra sauce, I am that a MFer in the kitchen. For today's recipe, I will be preparing a Chicago Italian beef and sausage combo pizza with the infused roasted garlic butter on the crust, as well as some roasted garlic and the marinara and the sweet peppers, the pepperoncinis, and also the banana pepper rings, a little giardiniera, and the cheeses of provolone and the mozzarellas, and doing a side order of some onion rings with the creamy cheese sauce, and of course for the baptism of the pizzas, the all juice gravy, and they will be beautiful.
Man, I knew you were coming, and I had to take a couple minutes to go get myself some yogurt and some strawberries and cut that up and throw it in here because I knew you would be making me super hungry as we went through this show. What an amazing recipe that you're about to pull off for us here tonight. So I'm all in. I want to see what this looks like.
All right, and we can continue the talking, but please let us go to the MFer in the kitchen can.
Boom.
And then right there, one moment, please. But these onion rings are going in the oven right now.
Sweet.
And what you are looking at on the screen right here, I pre-prepared a regular pizza crust mix, thin and crispy, and then I pre-baked it according to the directions. But then I also made the roasted garlic infused butter by roasting a head of garlic with some olive oil in the oven for about 45 minutes to an hour, and then smashing it up with some Italian seasoning and mixing it with a stick of salt-free butter. And then I rubbed that and spread it around across this dough. So that is what is on this dough right now. And now I put back into the jar after I put the roasted garlic and with the marinara sauce. So now we will generously put this on our dough. And we have to make sure that we get close to the edge because I hate the pizzas that have the edges all naked. Those annoy me.
Chef, can you remind me again what we're doing here?
Italian beef and sausage combo pizza.
Ooh. That's
So
gonna be
now,
tough.
That's what I'm saying.
and then I will explain as we go of how I prepared the other ingredients. But for right now, as we generously again put the marinara sauce over our roasted garlic and butter dough, and we put it on nice and generously.
Hey,
So
Scroll said you're in here making Iranian food.
yeah. Well, and then also, before I forget, and before we turn the fire on, already on the 1 second, get that back on there. But already in the pot over here, ready to go, is our all juice ready for the baptisms of the either Italian beef sandwiches, or in this case, the pizza. And speaking of, we now go back to our pizza, and we will dress it with the bottom layer of the cheese, which will be the provolone. And then we will just utilize some slices for that. And we will spread them out on the pizza. Bada boom, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. And the provolone and the mozzarella are more of the traditional cheeses for the Italian beefs. And now, boom, we have the base layer of the provolones. So now we will go to our Italian beef, which I prepared in the Insta Pot, and it will be coming out on my channel at Chef Trips, which you can find at Chef Trips. But there is a log jam in the editing that is above my pay grade. But there is a section that I will include recipes for the Instapot. And in this instance, I made the Italian beef and sausage combo. So now we will put the beef on there, spread it all the way around, a little bit more over there, a little bit more over there, some more right there in the middle. And it looks like this because I made it yesterday and it has been in the refrigerator.
I didn't see no sardines in there, did
I? No, sardines would not go in this dish.
Not this time around. Not this recipe.
All right, so now that we have that meat there, we go to our Italian sausages, of which I seared in the bottom of the Instapot, and then took them out, and then seared the beef on both sides as well as around the edges, and then put the sausages back into the Instapot, and with the beef. And then, hold on, as I spread these out a little bit more. So we want to have just a little spread, not too many, not too much. But as you do this in your own kitchen, you can add as much or as little as you want to, as you are the chef. So now that we get a few of the sausages spread around, we will go to the other things that went into the Instapot as well. And the name of the sweet peppers and the pepperoncinis, of which I sliced up.
Hey, Chef.
Yes.
There's a fat boy near me that says you're too light on the beef.
Okay, I will come back with that in a minute. All right, so now we get some of our sweet peppers and our pepperoncinis that were also cooked in the Instapot with the beef, with the sausages, with the beef broth, and with the pepperoncini juice and the sweet peppers. So now we'll spread those on, a little bit there and a little bit more over there. And then now we will come back with a little bit more of the beef. Break it up a little bit since it is a little stuck together.
There we go.
And now put a little more of the beef.
There we go. That's the fat boy who haven't had pizza in I don't know how long.
There we go. And then we put that to the side over here, out of the way.
Oh man, I'm
And
him
now that-
right now. Like this looks so nice, bro. Keep doing it.
Okay, very good. And so now we put on here, after I put this out of the way over here, we get some of our hot jardinera. So I will not be putting a lot on because of the heat, but you can put as much on to your desire. And the jardinera are the pickled vegetables.
You got a
that
suggestion?
has a very distinct flavor. Yes.
You got a suggestion from the scrolls. He said, "Hey, drizzle some olive oil on that thing."
Uno momento, por favor. That means hold on a second. All right. Now that we got our jardinera on there, we will also come back with a few banana pepper rings.
That's what I'm talking about. This is supreme pizza.
Yo, this is awesome.
And then we put these over there and over there and spread them around nicely.
Right. He's got me questioning whether I nourish myself enough.
And then now, speaking of the cheese, question to the scrolls: would he prefer that I put the oil on now or on top of the top layer of the mozzarellas?
Oh, I answer that for him because that tea is gonna produce plenty of oil. You do that now.
So does that mean that we skip the oil and just use the mozzarellas, or do both?
Now, do the oil.
Okay, I will do that at the customer request, and so I will use our spray bottle of the oil and give a little squirt of the olive oil.
Ooh, I like that. I like that because you can manage the amount there.
Exactly. And then we come in with our mozzarellas on the top.
Scrolls, pause.
No, don't pause that one. He said you need a little oil on that meat.
Who doesn't like their meat nice and moisturized and juicy?
All right now, chef.
Take it easy, chef.
Well, that is the purpose of having the cheese underneath and on top, because the meat is already cooked, so it does not need to get crispy or dry out under the heat. So the blanket of cheese helps keep it moist. I don't know why your minds are always in the gutter, but that is disgusting.
Because I think you some relation to Triple R. His mind is a bad place, and it's always in the gutter.
Well, yes, some of the sports Chicago style crew can be somewhat naughty influences. And yes, I am looking at you, Trip. So now that we have those in there, we are now ready to put it in the oven after another little, everything's in there, all of the flavors. We always forget things. So now, as I put this in, can somebody please volunteer to be the timer and set the clock for 10 minutes?
Oh,
and we will go in the.
Hold on, I got you.
Now.
Yeah,
and now that we are in here, we will give our onion rings a little flip.
Got me flat-footed with the timer, but kids got you.
I got you. So
much appreciated. So we give these a little flip and let them get further crispy.
I ain't had an onion ring before some time either.
And so now that
what do you want me to start the timer, chef?
Yes, please start now.
Boom.
And so now that those are in there, we set this side up more for back to the cooking, of which over here we will get our flame going on a low, And then back here, we will put our au jus gravy and get that simmering as well.
And that lump in there that looks like pineapple pieces, that is just oil that's hardening up.
Yes, that is the oil, the fat, if you will, from the beef. And it congealed as it was in the refrigerator overnight. So now it will quickly, it will dissolve into that tasty goodness.
Yes, it will.
And so now we can clear some of our work area because you clean as you go. And if you have time to lean, you have time to do what, kids?
Say what now?
I said we clean as we go because if you have time to lean, you have time to...
You got me, man. I don't know.
Clean.
Okay, there you go.
Yes, you have time to clean. And that's where you stay on top of the chores. And then you don't have a dirty workspace. That is one of the things that we pride ourselves in here in the kitchen of Shea Trips.
Yo, chef.
And so now that we...
No,
Yes.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Real quick, now that we have our butter going, we will add a little garlic powder. And then we will add a little black pepper. And then we will add a little cumin. And then we will add a little onion powder. And then finally a little kosher salt. And then we will give these a mix up after we add our 2 tablespoons of the whole wheat flour because we do not like the white devils in this kitchen. So we keep it a bit healthier by using the whole wheat products. So now that these are in the pot with the butter, we will give it a whisk as to not have the raw flour taste. So we want it to cook out, and we have it on about a medium heat. And so we will spin that around with the nice what do you call that? The what do you call this thing? The stirrer thing. The
Whisk.
Whisk. Thank you very much. So we will add some milk.
Help them out. Help them out in the chat. Help them out in the chat, y'all. ATF just got here. He want to know what's going on.
All right. So the chef is, sorry, chef. Keep going.
And real quickly, because I like to minimize to make the recipes healthier, I am using the almond milk or the nut milk. Settle down, Red Baron. And so it is not the whole milk, so it will not be as creamy, but to circumvent the lack of creaminess, in addition to our cheddar cheese that we will be melting, we will also be including a slice of the cream cheese of the Philadelphia variety.
What are you doing here, chef? This you making like a queso?
Yes, this is the queso cheese dip to go along with the onion rings.
With the onion rings. Okay. All right. You lost me there for a minute. I was like, this look real good. I just don't know what we're eating this with. So ATF, he's making a Italian sausage and Chicago brisket pizza.
Settle down, kids.
Okay.
I am making a Chicago Italian beef and sausage combo pizza.
There we go.
With the roasted garlic and butter ladled crust, and the toppings with the sweet peppers, the jardinieras, and the banana peppers, as well as the cheeses of the provolones and the mozzarellas. And then we're having the side order of onion rings with the cheese sauce, as well as the au jus gravy back here. So
Yeah,
now
man.
we will get the cheese to melting.
I hope that's not sharp cheddar.
It is mild cheddar.
Ooh, that might go bad for you.
Why? You want it sharp or mild?
No, I've tried to melt some of that before and some stuff. It didn't go very well.
Mm,
Well, what you have to do, you have to make sure that the flame is on low.
Yeah.
And you want to keep it stirring because cheese will burn and stick very easily to one spot. So as long as you keep it moving, it will melt. And the rule of thumb is that you shred your cheese, and that way it melts more evenly together. But I find shredding cheese a pain in the ass, so I dice it up very, very small. And because the temperature of the pot is on a constant level, the cheese has no other choice but to melt. As long as you are not in a rush, it will be just fine.
Well, I did something similar to a pot of chili.
Look at the flick of the wrist.
I did something similar to a little pot of chili, and I did just what you did and put it in the chili, but it was sharp cheddar. And man, it spoiled the entire pot. I think I told y'all about that.
Oh, but yeah, you would have kind of. I know exactly what you're saying. It would kind of cut into the actual flavor profile of what you're trying to do with the chili, right?
Tastes like spoiled milk, isn't it?
Yeah, I get you. I got you.
But when you are using the cheese as strictly a dipping sauce for the onion rings, it may be different.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's the flavor profile he's looking for, right? So
yeah.
with your chili, it would kind of make it shift to something a little bit different.
I was glad to have that mistake happen. You know what I mean? Because all good stuff comes out of mistakes. To me, I think you make mistakes first, and then it comes out. I think you educate yourself from it. But let's hopefully this turns out well. It's looking good. I know that.
Well, by the time that we've had this conversation, as you can see, all of the pieces are pretty much melted.
It's looking good.
Thank you very much. Now, are there any other questions and or comments right now that we should address at this moment in time?
ATF is saying the most true to life thing on the planet, and that's
you're gonna get his back big.
Well, there's that one too, but Trip's always making a ninja hungry. Yeah, and I'm right there with him. I had to come through prepared with a little something to snack on while we're going through this exercise. Because at the end of the chef's little foray, 9 times out of 10 I'm starving, bro. So I'm doing quite well right now, but no all bets are not off. We'll see what things look like when he starts eating it, because odds are I'm gonna be starving when he actually starts.
Hold on for a second, though, kids, because Scroll said that man said he drove 200 miles to Patillo's and back, and his son woke up and ate his damn Italian.
Oh no, Scrolls! Oh no, you love your kids, bro, because that might constitute material, brother. A big beef too. That might constitute as ass whooping material.
Man, what you doing? What you doing, man?
Oh, see?
And so we want to make sure, as we listen to the stories of the Red Baron, not to commit child abuse. And we want to do the nice, simple wax on with the wrist, and then a wax off with the wrist. And if it gets tired, switch the handle around, as you want to make sure that you always hold your pot and do the wax off with the wrist on this side, and then the wax on with the wrist on this side.
You go, Danielson. But yeah, that's hilarious, Scrolls. Just reminds me of them days of before my son turned vegan, man. Any given time I open up the refrigerator, you never know where everything went. You know what I mean? Like things would just randomly disappear when I open that fridge. So thank goodness.
Hey, Scrolls, tell little Scrolls I said I should karate chop his ass in the throat.
All right, chef. That's your 10 minutes, man.
Thank you very much. our cheese sauce is melted in that amount of time, and we put away our other ingredients so they are out of the way. And now, see, now this is how nice and smooth and creamy.
Looks good.
Looks great. And I'm really glad you did that, because this is one of the things that I haven't had much success making over the years, is just a cheese sauce. So me watching you sort of put this together is very helpful. I'm going to have to put this into practice real soon.
Very good. Glad I could be of assistance. Now, as we see there, our au jus gravy is nice and bubbly and hot. So for the moment, we are going to rearrange our stovetop for our presentation. So we move the hot stuff, hot stuff, hot, out of the way. So we get the cool one over there. And we get the hot one, and we put that out of the way over there. And then we put the cool one back there. Then we get the hot one out of the way over there.
ATF wants to know if you made a roux first. He kind of did.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, that's what we did with the whole wheat flour.
Yeah,
we made the
like
roux
right
with
when
the
you're
butter.
coming in, ATF, he was making the roux.
Yes, that's what we did. We did the roux with the butter and the spices and seasonings. So now that we got the cool irons over there, I turned the heat off of the oven, and so we will set this up as our protector and base, and then we will open the oven. And as you can see here, the onion rings.
Oh, looking good.
Nice and crispy. And then the star of the show, our Italian beef.
Let's see this.
Let's give it another 5 minutes.
Another couple minutes. You want 5?
Can you get the camera on it? You can't do that, can you?
Not in the oven, no. But let's give it another 5 minutes because
put it out. Let's take a look at it right quick.
Well, but the cheese is not melty yet in the center, and the edges are still kind of raw. Okay. So it still needs to darken up a little bit more. And I don't want to take it out of the heat now because that will slow down the cooking and let more heat out of the oven.
Quick question, Chef. What temperature you cooking that on?
Right now it was at 450.
Okay, that's standard for a frozen pizza. But if you want to really jack that thing up, put it on broil.
Well, let's do that then. And so while that is on there,
do that, dog.
we'll move it up to 475. And so what we'll do as this is here, we will bowl up some of our au jus gravy for the baptism of the pizza slices.
I ain't rushing it, Paul. I'm just like, that's something you do when you got an already melted pizza. If you want to make that thing right on top, that's something that you might want to try.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, yeah, but I didn't put it all the way up to the broil, as it was not that close, but I did increase the heat to a little bit like 475. And so now that the au jus gravy is here in the bowl on the side, we will now also dish up the cheese sauce. As we can see, it melts nice and smooth.
Looks good, man. Really good.
Oh, that looks delicious.
I'll eat a bowl of that shit with a spoon.
That is beautiful.
Yeah, that look good, man.
So now we put that to the side. And so these are done over here.
If y'all hear police sirens around me in my background, that ain't nothing. I ain't shoot nobody.
Okay.
And so now let's take a look at our pizza.
I'm itching to see what that thing look like. Oh yeah. You just put that on broil.
Yeah, man. Slap it back in real quick, bro. That baby, but it needs 2 minutes. I got you 2.5 right now. 2 minutes on broil.
Maybe throw a little bit more cheese on the top of there or something, and that'll be perfect.
No, that is fine.
I think he needs more cheese.
Now we will put that back in there. All right, start the timer now.
ATF,
So that,
I ain't a tomato soup guy, ATF. I ain't gonna lie to you. My girl is though. She's a tomato soup and grilled cheese.
Yeah, I'm not big on it either. No,
as an extra layer of heat protection, as to keep the camera there. So that's why we are rearranging the stovetop. Please make sure to subscribe to my channel. As I said before, you can find it at Chef Trips, and big up to all of those people who support the Sports Chicago Style channel itself, and that is Sports Chicago Style, but it is known as at RRSCS. I don't know why Triple R always gets the top billing, but it is what it is.
Hey, Scrolls, tomato soup and grilled cheese ain't no struggle meal. That shit's tasty.
Well, while we wait for the broil, let's test out an onion ring with our cheese sauce.
Shit, that looks so good.
Go ahead and crunch that shit.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Scrolls, how old's your boy, man? How old's your son? Let me know. God willing, if he's over 15, I would have had to, give him a couple of shots in the thigh. You know what I mean? Couple of.
Hey, man, when them boys be that age, kids, man, you gotta stop them from eating the damn side of the house.
That's what I'm saying. But like, lessons must be learned. So 21, yeah, for sure, I'd put him on the couch and give him a couple of shots in the thigh. A little noogie action, stuff like that, just so that he remembers what's up.
Hey, you know what, kids?
Trip, check her out now.
When they that age, bro, you if anything's sitting still for more than 3 seconds, they'll try to eat it.
You're preaching to the choir. I'm telling you, once my son turned vegan, I was like, praise the
Lord.
Lord.
There it is.
Speaking of praise the Lord, look at that.
There it is.
Now we'll give it a few minutes to settle down before we cut it, and let it settle. So now that is there, and I do agree that at 20 years old, that may still be your baby, but that is no longer a child. And if he ate my Italian beef and sausage combo, he is getting a 2 to 3 pieces for free.
For sure.
22 now, yeah. It's time for you to go buy your own goddamn food, boy.
I'm telling you, I'm giving him a Charlie horse for sure. He's not leaving the building without at least limping a little bit and remembering how he messed with daddy. You know what I mean? Don't eat daddy shit again.
Hey, let me tell you something, kids, Chef. One of the good purchases I've made in the last couple of years was a good old-fashioned Chicago pizza cutter. The arched edge pizza cutter.
Oh, like a roller?
The one that you rock back and forth?
Oh.
One of them nice purchases I've made over the last couple of years.
That is very nice. But what we do to make the Chicago tavern style cuts, I like to cut right in the middle, and we go 12 to 6.
Super mix.
We want to make sure we get all the way through the crust, as there are a lot of toppings to go through.
No sardines, y'all.
There. And then now that is there, we go in the half of that.
Oh, you're doing it slices. Okay, cool.
Then we hold it, the tray, because as we see, it will fly out of your hand. And make sure you wear an oven mitt because it is still hot. And so now that that side is done, as soon as we can separate it, it is the very cheesy. What is going on here?
Hey, chef, can I give you a suggestion? And it's
Oh
not about
yes, I have to
cooking.
cut
It's not
this meat.
about cooking. It's about utensil. Look
Yeah.
at it. Look at a pizza rock, and that way you will like your pizza cutter will roll right on over top of that. You ain't got to move it around. Just go right through it.
What's a pizza rock?
Understood.
Pizza
It is
rock.
like a pizza stone. It is a big flat rock, like piece of granite, and it is flat, allowing a smooth cut. And so, but now this is working, and so we flip it around, and then we get half of the other side. And so now we have the middle, and then the middle of that, and the middle of that, and then we do a quarter turn, and then we go in the middle again, and then middle of that, and middle of that. And that's how you get the different slices.
Hey, chef, you got them going in the chat. I just want to let you know you got them really, really going in the chat.
Yeah, even ATF is about them sardines too. So you got a fan.
Yeah,
I don't understand what is with the sardines tonight, as we have the Italian beef and sausage.
I'm just saying, like,
that's like sardines, man.
He's in. He's with you. Worst come to worst.
All right, now that is there, we come up here, and then you cut that. But since we are here, we can work with this what we have here. And now
I think that's a good
part
amount of
is getting that cheesy goodness off of there. Oh no, you were going back on there. Don't try to escape.
Chef, do me a favor.
Let's do these side.
Do me a favor. Only eat one piece of this. Two will put you in a coma.
We shall see.
My boy just cooked a whole. So you asking him to only eat one slice?
A corner in the middle and a middle piece. That's right there at the edge of putting somebody in comatose state.
You know, there's no two ways about this. He's eating that pizza. I'm gonna watch 3 pieces be devoured in no time.
You can't eat that whole pizza. Not in one sitting.
That there. We can come here with that.
You only eat half of that.
Here. This. Then we get a nice corner piece.
There you go.
And then a nice middle piece.
There you go. Perfect. I see that mozzarella at the bottom looking good.
We have that. And then we also have our onion rings on these.
Damn, that corner piece look good, bruh.
And then so, as we have our au jus gravy, let's give it a baptism.
He didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, no, he didn't. Look at that.
He damn sure did.
Wow.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, doggy. Yeah, doggy.
Man, I'm so glad I ate food a minute ago.
That tastes like an Italian beef sandwich. As you can see, the beef and the Italian sausage and the sweet peppers and the banana peppers and all of the jardineras. And it's like when you get the sandwich, if you had it dipped or double dipped or baptized, as we say.
Oh, snap.
It's the same as dipping the pizza in the same au jus gravy.
Trip, you got parm and red peppers? ATF is going ham with it in the chat.
This man, dude. I need a pizza, man. I
We
need a
can
pizza.
do that.
There it is.
I need a pizza like a damn fiend on the street.
So we will hit them with that, and then we will, by request, hit them with a little bit of that.
Boom. ATF at your service, brother.
And so now that we have our other seasonings, a good test of the crust is, will it hold the toppings? And this does, even though the toppings are a little more robust than your typical pizza.
Hey, if I was at your house, chef, might be a brawl in the kitchen over them corner pieces.
I'm so with you, man. That corner piece on the left looks so good, though.
Yeah, it does.
So this is how we can do an at-home Italian beef and sausage combo in the Insta pot that took about an hour to cook. And so you can do it the day before at your own leisure if you want to plan it out for your schedule.
Shout out to Robert. Shout out to Robert Metchaman Robertson. He says the Nomad Network is humble. I respect you, dudes. We respect you too, Robert.
Back at you, Robert.
Thank you very much, Robert. So if we can now go back to my close-up, Mr. D-Mill.
Oh, to your close-up? Okay, hold on.
Boom. You got Trip Malnati, Chef Trip Malnati in here. And ATF says that corner piece is definitely fight worthy. Got a lot of.
So as we can see, this is on the level picture. You can see how the crust holds the weight of the toppings.
Can you turn it up a little bit? I just want to see the underside of that crust, man. Underside.
Ooh,
yeah,
it's there. It's
boy.
There. It's
yeah,
there.
Okay. Yeah, man. Well done.
For the underside, what I did was on the pan, I gave it a little spray of the oil and a little sprinkling of the cornmeal powders.
Okay.
Hey,
and so that keeps
fantastic.
You know what, Chef?
Nice and crispy under the bottom.
I've had a couple of dishes that you made on here that I rank as my top, but this just superseded everything.
Scrolls a day room going crazy.
Well, what we will be doing as soon as we pay our bill to the editor, as I said before previously, maybe you did not hear, but on my channel of the at Shea Trips, at Chef Trips, but it's the kitchen of Shea Trips. You like Shea Paul Restaurant in the movie The Blues Brothers, but this is Chef Trips. So Shea Trips at Chef Trips. But you find the channel, and one of the playlists will be different recipes that you can use for your instant pot. And this time I utilized a big piece of beef, and the Italian sausages, and made it into the Chicago tasting classic, into a pizza, into a tavern style pizza. So you too can do this, and please be like the Nomad and utilize some of the recipes that I have done and make them in your own kitchen to your own specifications and dietary requirements and taste requirements, and they will be beautiful. Now, are there any more questions and or comments?
I do, Chef. Real quick before we get out of here, I do have this question. Now, I know what we're looking at, and I know what the taste profile is, because we are familiar, because we're from the Chicago area. Those from the Chicago area are familiar with the taste profile. Now, when you bite into that first slice of that, what sticks out to you? What flavor profile sticks out to you?
Well, I would say the beef and the provolones. And then in the next bite, it is more of the jardineras, and then it is the Italian sausage. So every bite is a little bit different, as you can see here. The jardineras are right there. The banana peppers are right there. The Italian sausage is right there. The beef is right there. The provolone is underneath. The banana peppers and the mozzarella on the top. So it is all in there. It is very bite by bite. But if you have ever had a Chicago-style Italian beef sausage combo, it tastes very similar to that.
So the Italian beef flavor is really the dominant taste.
Italian beef and sausage, because the sausage has its own influence on the flavor of the dish when you put them both together. The beef influences the sausage taste, as well as the sausage influencing the beef taste.
Usually a sausage will dominate the flavor profile, but in the combo, surprisingly, the flavor of the beef as it's cooked with all those seasonings in it, it stands alone, man. It does really stand alone. So I just
well, part of what helps the beef tenderize and have that intense flavor is the peppercorns and the about a half to a cup of peppercorn juice. So that, as well as the sweet peppers, have a tremendous effect as well on the flavor of the meats.
all right, man. I tell you what, man. You let Triple R know we're gonna talk about some food here shortly. We're gonna talk about a couple of rubs here that people can make at home, and some of the stuff that you got going on here will kind of be highlighted in that part of the show. But we got some stuff to get to, Chef. We really appreciate you, man. I've been going through my mind of stuff that you've made, and I like a lot of stuff that you made. But anytime you're doing a pizza and it comes off like that, with that flavor profile, that turns into number one automatically. That's my favorite dish you've ever made, and I'll stand by that. So thank you so much, man.
I don't know if it's a favorite one for me, but it was so damn good looking. I'm hungry, and I just ate food. So once again, well done, Chef.
You got a chef. They calling you Chef Charles Barkley, and then they called you Chef Boy Barkley.
Boy, Barkley.
That is just terrible. That's just terrible.
Terrible.
It look good.
I thank everyone. Thank you very much. I am glad that you enjoyed this recipe, and it is also very nice to me that so many people embrace the sardines. So thank you very much for joining us here on Some Extra Sauce, as I did do 2 extra sauces tonight on the last Wednesday of every month, here for a MFer in the kitchen with your favorite chef, that MFer, Chef Trips. So be sure to subscribe and at the channel of at Chef Trips, as well as at RRSCS for Sports Chicago Style. And please let us know if you tried this recipe in your kitchen and how it turned out. And so until next time, the last Wednesday of the month of April, bye.
All right. That was a treat, bro.
That looked so good, dog. I don't know what to tell you, man. That looked good, bro.
That was food porn.
I'm I'm doing all right over here. It's all I can tell you. Like I had to be snacking on something while he was going through that. I didn't know what he was coming with this week, and good Lord, it looked so good, man. Oh,
dog, when I don't have a good pizza after a while, motherfucker, I'll know on pine cones or something. Just out of anger.
You're a pizza guy, though, man. You're a pizza guy. I'm like, I can take it or leave it at this point. I'm not from Chicago, so you know what I mean. Like y'all are about y'all pizza. But regardless, that looked like a nice artisan pizza that he kind of put together, and I would love me a slice. That corner slice, yeah, ATF. Maybe some fights might occur. You know what I mean? There might be a couple.
This might sound sacrilegious. In Chicago, it's pizza then Jesus.
No, I'm with you. I've spoken to enough of y'all to understand that probably is the hierarchy. You know what I mean? That's probably exactly how it goes.
Man.
Oh man, wow.
That was good. Right? And I'm not capping. That was good looking. Wow.
Yeah, man. Shoot. Yeah, we'll check him. We'll check his pulse there. The scrolls will check his pulse when he come back. Oh man. Okay, so where we going next, though, man?
Well, we're gonna try to wait for Triple R to get here before we go too far because
Okay.
that's just because we should. Hold on. Let me remove some stuff so that we can hold on. Hey, we can't remove that. Y'all forgive me, y'all. I'm just trying to. We got to be able to move him from the studio to blow us up. He's gonna do it himself.
Okay.
But
No.
let me get this. No, we shouldn't get into the Bears conversation just yet.
No. We'll give Triple R some time to show up here.
We'll get into. How about this? We'll get into a little drinking.
Okay. What are we drinking?
We'll see. I think you might like this one because it's just one of them all-American favorites, especially for females, but for guys too. I'll drink one.
Wow. You know, it's a screwdriver. So vodka pineapple screwdriver. Ingredients: lime juice, pineapple juice, or pineapple. Maraschino cherry juice, maraschino cherries, orange juice, pineapple juice, ice, vodka. Like you went so far. Like this is a very, very specific drink. Screwdriver for me is just vodka and orange juice. Just put that together, you're good to go. You have yourself a decent night. We went full ham here. We got the lime, the pineapple, the cherries involved, all the above, and some ice.
Obviously, you've never had maraschino cherry juice.
So check it out. I'm not a fan of the cherries at all. I find cherries way too sweet for my personal taste. So I kind of avoid cherries, to be frank.
So
Men can't have cherries in public, this girl says.
Here we go, man. Here we go with that macho shit. Man,
I'm kind of with you, Scrolls.
I'm and you better not say nothing to me, Scrolls. Now we on the street now. We're gonna have a problem. I enjoy drinks like this, especially it's really a screwdriver. Is really like a punch to me, the way I think of it. And I love, like, one thing I would add to this drink is a ginger ale or some kind of tonic, something that gives a little spritz.
Really?
Yeah, man. I love a punch that has spritz to it. And that's the way I look at it.
Okay, so you're looking at it more of like a punch, really. I see what you're saying. That would be good.
It is. Like you go to, like if you working like a day shift and you getting off and you going to happy hour somewhere around town, dog, guaranteed the reduced drinks are gonna be, one of them's gonna be a screwdriver. One of them is definitely gonna be a screwdriver. And so this is a more decked out screwdriver, but I do like, I'm gonna ask them to put in more vodkas, but that's gonna cut through what you think is sweet here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For me, like, so like the first piece of alcohol I ever touched was a screwdriver, and it was straight up by accident. But end of the day, I can drink screwdrivers all day without any of the sweet part. I just need enough vodka in my glass and enough OJ to make it taste like it might be OJ. And I'll do that with rum too. And people think I'm crazy, but I'll drink rum and just orange juice all the time. It tastes like absolute garbage to most folks, but I love it.
Wait, white rum?
Yeah.
That ain't garbage.
I'm just saying, most people hate the flavor of just straight up rum and orange juice. I drink it might be my drink of choice. Like for a minute there, it was definitely my drink of choice. And it's just because, like, my dad, beer or vodka and orange juice. If we run out of vodka, it's rum and orange juice. And that was just kind of how it went when I was a kid. And it's one of those things that just sort of grew on me over time. And yeah.
Bro, let me tell you something. And you put this in your wallet and keep it with you. The mixture of white rum, orange juice, but make primarily pineapple be the dominant flavor. So you make that the dominant part. put a little orange juice in it, and also a little bit. You got a jar of cherries in your house. Just put a little bit of that juice that's carrying the cherries and having the cherries floating. Put just a couple of drops in there, bro. It's gonna change your effing life.
Okay.
I guarantee you will look at a screwdriver differently after that. I guarantee you that. Just add the pineapple juice as the dominant cut, and then put a little bit of that cherry juice. I did that with my girlfriend's Tom Collins. Her and her girlfriend, I made that for them, shook it up, and man, they had the best time. She just came in here and pulled up next to me because she's off tonight. But man, dog, a guy would drink that drink like an MF because I had to keep the dudes off of it that night.
ATF, I'm right there with you, man. That's all I need. I don't need all the other stuff, man. Ice, OJ, vodka. I'm in. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good to go. That they might be my, I know we do a lot of drinks here, but outside of maybe a Moscow Mule, because sometimes you don't have all those ingredients, that's my go-to, man. I'll drink that anytime.
I'm telling you right now, pineapple juice is the most underrated cut for any liquor. And I don't care if it's a white liquor, if it's a dark liquor, I don't care what liquor it is. Pineapple juice is the most underrated cut. Like I love pineapples and the taste of pineapple juice. And so maybe I might be a little partial to it, but I'm telling you, the drinks I've had, anytime I've had pineapple added to it, I've enjoyed that drink.
So I'm just going to say, you're probably bang on right. Now I'm going to have to try it. But just the facts is, the odds of me having pineapple juice in my fridge at any given time is slim, as opposed to there being a mad jug of OJ. So I'm gonna have to be deliberate and go get me some pineapple juice and some OJ and mix that up with my man. I kind of want to do that right now.
Get you some, kids, man.
I got vodka upstairs. I got no juice.
Get some pineapple juice or some pineapple concentrate, whichever you choose. Juice is probably the best way to start. But if you want to make a punch or something for, the people, your fam or something like that, get the concentrate.
Forget them. I'll just drink that myself.
Make sure you get a jar of cherries now. Even though you might not care for cherries, but drop a little bit of that juice in there. And I'm telling you, man, that's what's sitting at the bottom of this glass with the red.
Yeah, I can see it. Okay.
What you think, Trips?
Yeah, it's got vodka. I can't fuck with it.
Trip, your boy the chef killed it tonight, man. I'm just telling you. You need to get him to send you a piece of that pizza. Save you a corner slice, and maybe an onion ring with some dip, man. But it was wild tonight. He killed it.
Yeah, I knew that the build up when he was talking about it last week during one of our filmings, he was talking about shopping, and I was like, "What you getting?" And it was like, "Oh snap, that sounds good." And so that's why I gave y'all a little hints, but he swore me to secrecy. So it's like, yeah,
all right,
especially when he did the baptism, it's like, oh my god.
Let's stick to the drink. This is what we got on the screen. We'll get back to him.
Go ahead. Yeah, vodka, gin. I can't mess with it.
All right.
Let me read through the ingredients real quick.
Now, if you want to throw a little scotch in there instead of vodka, maybe.
Hey, you can do this how you want. Your flavor, your taste of liquor doesn't matter. It matters, but it doesn't. It's not an inhibitor to making a drink like this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still a screwdriver? Maybe not technically, but it's still a good drink.
I'd say maybe some ATF is saying maybe some Patron, so maybe some tequila.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Darker, that might work.
Hell yeah, some Patron. Patron is white.
You can get dark tequila though.
Yeah, Patron is definitely white though.
Mm-hmm.
That's the shit though. I do Patron. I mix Patron and some foot juice or something. It'd be good. Anything. Oh, what I say that for?
I don't know.
Yeah. All right.
Leave it alone.
Yeah, leave it alone. I know you urge, man, but we're gonna get to any last thoughts about the vodka pineapple screwdriver. I'm telling you, kids, go get some
I'll mess with this just for the sake. I'll mess with this and see what it do. But like I say, you got me with vodka and orange juice. Everything else to me, except for the ice, is secondary. Like, I'm in.
All right, I'm gonna show y'all something, and I'm gonna tell y'all a little story. I get asked to do this on a regular basis. I learned how to do it in college. The only thing missing from this drink is the pineapple, and I just forgot as I was putting this together. But this, you want to get a party started, you want to have a get together at the crib, and I'm not the person that wants to be out at the club all the time. I like to be at my home having little get-togethers. But this drink is called Hot Ass. Anybody want to read them instructions off or the ingredients? They can.
Okay, what is this? Oranges, strawberries, ginger ale, fruit juice, white rum, grapefruit, lime, lemon, fruit juice concentrate. Oh shit! And Everclear.
And Everclear.
Yeah, you snuck that in at the end.
Hey, look here. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Grain alcohol, basically 151 proof.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. The good times had on this punch that I've made, I don't know how many times, and I made some different kinds. You know what I mean? It's been times I've busted open black grapes, cut them in half, and threw them in there. Any kind of fruit would absorb the alcohol in here. And so the more fruit you put in this drink, here's a secret to it. The more fruit you put in here, the more it absorbs the alcohol. For whatever reason, the pulp of any fruit wants to absorb alcohol. I don't know the chemistry about that, but it does. And so every time I make this drink, I always tell fellas, hey man, be light on this. This is mainly for the females, bro. This is mainly for the females. And if you want people to be loose and have a good time, you make this drink. You make this drink. And try not to eat the fruit.
Well, it's getting hot in here, so take off all your clothes. That kind of hot ass type drink.
Yeah.
But have you ever heard the not expression, but the term, but if you take the worm out of a bottle of tequila, don't drink none of the tequila, but eat the worm, you will be intoxicated. It's that same principle with fruit in a drink like this. You ain't got to drink an ounce.
And y'all ever eat the worm?
But, well, yeah. I mean, come on. Got to eat the worm. See if it's true.
I'm just checking.
Pause that one.
Hey, man. Pause it if you will. It paused me.
Oh, yeah. It will pause.
It put me the fuck on pause.
Let's just say I was in the bathtub, in the hotel, just like I was happy. But I was like, I ate that worm.
Bro, I woke up in the projects. It's like, I'm telling you, man.
And I still had all my organs and everything, so I was good.
I don't know how I got
but like this with the Everclear, if you have the fruit in there absorbing that alcohol, you ain't got to drink none of this. Just eat the fruit and you will be intoxicated because the fruit absorbs the alcohol
easily. And I don't understand why that chemistry works that way.
Science.
There's a chemical something that happens here. But yeah, that's the fruit is there to give the punch the flavor.
Tastes just like Boone's Farm. And the girls love the Boone's Farm. It's
basically a layer over the top of the alcohol. But as you sipping this, it tastes so good you forget you're drinking a liquor. And that's go ahead.
Yeah, but that's the danger though.
Yeah, very, very much so.
I mean, it's one of those things where it tastes good, it goes down smooth after that initial bite, but this is not something that you want going down smooth. You want to respect the grain. You want to respect the Everclear. And so that means calming down, having a drink, hydrating, and then chilling. That don't mean, give me another one. Give me another. No, because then it will be a very, very chucking night for you.
So I got two quick stories to tell y'all, man. One of them very innocent, very, very innocent. And again, I'm telling my homeboys, man, I'm making this for the ladies. We got beer, we got whiskey over here, man. Y'all get on that shit. It's all kinds of that shit. So this one, This one takes place in this was my homeboy's crib. And so he wanted me to, I'm over there making a punch. I'm barbecuing. I'm doing everything. He just wanted me to be the orchestrator, basically. And so I'm doing this shit, man. He's single and we single and we having a good time. There's girls, there's dudes, everybody's around. And so the girls is enjoying it. I'm telling you, if you put ginger ale in it or some kind of something with fizz, like I made it with actually lemon lime
Sprite,
soda.
Mountain Dew.
Sprite. No, not Mountain Dew. Sprite. I made it with lemon lime. Some lemon lime. It gives it a fizz, so they're really tasting holiday punch when they're drinking it, but with a little kick to it. And so I really should jar it. I should can this shit and sell it, but yeah, that's for another lifetime, I guess. But
this is something that you don't. Well, I mean, you can making a punch and a pitcher, but for the party purposes, this is something that goes in a big ass cooler.
Big huge punch bowl.
Where you dump all that fruit in there, all the ice, and then all the Everclear, and mix it up with a bit, witch's brew kind of thing.
Yeah, last time I made it was in a let's just say, I'm trying to think of it was a nice size tote, brand new tote. It was not huge, but it was big enough to carry a party of about 60 people, 60 some people. And anyway, I'm making it. I put it together and the girls jump right on it. They see all that fruit in there. And it's red. That's a party to them. And they jump right on it. And I remember this girl coming up telling me she was about half a cup in. And she's just like, hey, I heard you call this thing hot ass. Why you call this shit hot ass?
Turn around, I'll show you.
I said, oh, Lord. No. I said, you'll find out tomorrow. And she just stopped for a second and she had the coldest look on her face. And she was just like, oh shit, should I be drinking this?
Yeah, you should.
And for that lasted about 5 seconds. And then, she did an about face and started partying. And the night was the night. And a lot happened that night. I'll just tell you that.
Let me top off your beverage.
A lot of good shit happened that night. And that's kind of how outside of college, I got famous for it. I was famous for it in college, but outside of it, this is how I got famous for it, was that party. And then the second story, I think I told you this. I don't know if I told you guys this privately or on the show, but one of my homeboys at his bachelor party, I made it. Now, one of my other homeboys, I told him, all the dudes, I always tell them, don't mess with this, man. This is for the ladies, bro. This is for the ladies. He had to get some. He had a big old fucking Shell station gas station cup, and he filled this thing up and just started drinking it. I didn't realize he had it. Now I'm still up there doing stuff. I'm on the top part of the house. The whole party is in the basement. I'm up there whipping this stuff up, finishing it. He had to have some before it was finished. So he's got this stuff with mostly liquor in it. And he's down there. Next thing you know, the dancers came to the party, and they there. And before we know it, I'm getting people coming up, girls coming upstairs, running upstairs. Hey, you need to get your homeboy. I was like, what homeboy? No, you need to go down there and get him.
Get your man.
I get down there, bro. This man is asshole naked, man.
Oh Lord.
Slick, sweating. Kids, you remember that story?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Did I say it online? Did I say it live, or did I say it privately?
No, it was. We went on the show.
Man, that man down there, asshole naked, slick, slimy, sweating, and we had. I'm just like, dog. He ain't listening to nothing.
Well, that's when you do one of these on the slide.
Dog, we had to get a blanket and throw a blanket on him and just wrestle his ass to the ground.
Well, after you get about 30 seconds of video.
Now, thankfully, we all got love and respect for each other. You got to remember that. The girls was like, we want extra. We want some more money. We ain't sign up for none of this shit. This month, man, he acted a total donkey.
I want to see all this meat swinging around out here.
Man, it wasn't even like that. It was just dog. If we'd have taped that, I think he'd have to go live in Alaska somewhere.
That's a personal problem.
He would never be able to show his face around here.
I mean, that's a viral shit right there.
That's a hard weekend to live down.
Bro, that's what this hot ass will do for you. That's why I tell you, whatever the chemical makeup of this drink, it is not made for guys to be sitting up and just drinking this like a regular drink. You can have a small cup of it and sip it really, really slow. But to drink it like females drink it, nah, dog, they handle it much better than us.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure like like your 25-year-old draftee prospects, they've been in college for a minute, chilling with their little NIL deals, you know what I'm saying? Co-eds every fall coming in, and they know they hot ass is ready to go. Man. I'd stay in college too. Shit.
Dude, not one time have I ever made this where a good time and memories weren't made. Not a one time. Every time I make this, memories are made. What I got mad about was my mom found out, this was for her 50th birthday party. She found out that I can make this and wanted me to make this for. I'm like, I ain't doing that shit, man. You tripping. Why you can't make it for my party? You made it for everybody else goddamn party. She going off on me. I was like, Mom, I know what happens when I make this drink. I ain't making it for your damn party. And she was mad at me. So I ended up having to make something that she thought was hot ass.
Modified version.
Imitation hot ass.
Minus the Everclear is what he's trying to tell you.
He made the PBL hot ass.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I made the PG hot ass.
The PG. Yeah.
Man, dude.
Brother, otherwise you'd be running around making sure she all right all night long. You know what I mean?
Everclear use Zima.
She turns 50 and she just wants to have a memorable 50 birthday party. Here's about her son that can make this hell of a drink and people having a good time.
Shit, moms want to turn up.
She did. And I was just like, Mom, you tripping, man. I was like, out of all people in the world, you asked me to make this shit for you. Well, I heard about it. She said, no. I'm putting some goddamn wine coolers in this motherfucker. All that kind of shit. But they enjoyed it, man. They thought they was drinking the real thing. I'll tell you that much.
Well done. Last thing anybody wants to do is go to a party and babysit their moms. So,
dog, and I was there for a little while at least. And I'm just like, all right. I put a little Bacardi in that thing, and they had a good time with it. Mm-hmm. I made Bacardi a little strong, you know what I mean, but not very strong, but strong enough where they knew they was dealing with some liquor.
And plus now, Kaz, we're at that age where we're more than happy to comfort some mamas in those conditions.
Yes. Comforting is absolutely approved. Mm-hmm. But again, babysitting moms disapproved.
Well, not my own, no.
Yes. Somebody else's? Yeah, that's okay.
two quick notes. Number one, screenshot this drink profile and make sure you add the pineapple to it, because I forgot to put it in it. That's important. Put the real pineapples in it, pineapple chunks. Put the pineapples in there. And then just remember, I made a memory for my mom and I was a part of it. And she remembered somebody telling her a story about her child in college got famous for this drink, and then outside of college, and she heard about it. So that's good, man. You know what I mean? When your parents hear something good about you in the streets and you ain't doing nothing wrong. You know, so
and speaking of the fruit, don't be afraid to throw in extra fruit. You know, you got some kiwis, throw that up in there. You got some blackberries, throw those up in there. Whatever you got, fruit-wise.
Any fruit. You're right, absolutely right, Trish. You ain't gonna go wrong with no fruit except breadfruit. Don't put that shit in there.
Yeah, that's a mistake. I will concur with that one. You don't want that in there.
So, all right, this is the famous hot ass, man. This is my drink of choice when I want to get I want to be the engineer of a good ass time. This is what I make. And it never fails. Period.
When you see that bead of sweat rolling down her tramp stamp on down into the crack. Yeah.
Oh boy. Here we go. It's a good time to change it up.
Yep. What do we got next?
All right, we got some. Let's go here. Anybody wants to read it off, narrate.
Go ahead, kids.
Applewood rub. Pause. See how I natively paused there. Ingredients: smoked paprika, garlic powder, onion powder, sea salt, black pepper, smoked apple wood, brown sugar, cinnamon, mustard powder, and chili powder.
So 2 things real quick. You can get smoked apple wood dried out, and so you can buy that in stores, Amazon, and all kinds of different places that gives you that flavor. Comes in a powder, and so you can get apple wood smoke. I forget how they designate how they do it, but it's basically condensation related that gets reduced. I think they freeze it and turn it into a powder. That's how you get the flavor. And so that's the key thing, along with the brown sugar and the paprika. Cinnamon, I think, is another important part of it. But I just wanted to show you guys how easy it is to make your own rubs. Very, very easy.
Yeah, I could tell you now, most pantries or spice cabinets should have all of these, in there. The only thing that you may not have is the wood, the apple wood, the smoked apple wood.
It won't cost you much to get it. What do you think about this, kid?
I'm more of a marinade guy. It's really the answer to this. I used to make rubs like this back in the day, and I just kind of I don't know why. I think the answer is actually just that sometimes, because I freestyle, you know what I mean? I'm just throwing stuff in a bowl when I'm making stuff like this. Sometimes you might get a little bit too salty or too one or the other, and it drives me crazy. So now I basically put most of these. I would, you'd catch me putting most of these ingredients into a bowl with some vinegar or some whiskey, maybe some beer, depending on what I got available. And then you just put you put your fare in there, and you stack it, and you cover it, and you sit it in the fridge for about a half hour to an hour, maybe a bit longer, and it all comes out the same, man. But the awesome part is that it with the marinade, it's getting right into it's getting right in there.
Well, something interesting that I like both, but when the rub gets that char on it, it just has that different flavor that marinades don't offer.
You're right.
I'll tell you something else, man. I'll tell you how I started. Like, I got probably 2 to 4 different rubs in there that I made. And I'll tell you how I started with something like this. You start off with the concentrate. You get the wood concentrate, whatever it is. If it's apple wood, that's what it is. If it's peach, get peach. I love peach. And I really like applewood, but you get that and you start off very, very slowly. What you do is you get that, you get the brown sugar, especially for this one, you get the brown sugar and the cinnamon. Put a small amount of each one of those 3 things in there. Give them a good stir them up real good. Put it on your fingertip and taste it. After that, that's when you start, really lightly putting in some of these other ingredients. I think the strongest thing outside of the apple wood, brown sugar, and cinnamon, after that is the chili powder and the black pepper. Salt, you definitely got to be light on that.
Yeah, you got to be light on the sea salt, man. You do. It'll overpower the whole thing.
You start with those things, and as it's starting to come together, you just like, okay, I'm feeling this. Give me a little bit more brown sugar. Give me a little bit more cinnamon. Give me a little bit more apple wood. And you start to build it. And don't let your taste palette be the only one that helps you build this thing. Luckily for me, I got my number one next to me. I can have her taste, and she's just like, you know what? That's good. And then I add the mustard powder to it. The dried mustard powder is a key. Very key to this thing. You add that to it, and then I taste it, and I'm liking it. I have her taste it. She's like, you know what? That's different. She said, okay, what you gonna do next? I'm gonna add some more to it. And then I add a little more mustard powder to it. She's like, all right, that's too much. That's when you start layering on other stuff. So it kind of hides the mustard powder. And so you're steadily building up this rub by taste. You taste it as you go, just like you do with anything else you cook. If you're smart, you taste it as you go, so you know what to do and what not to do. You know what I mean? So same thing with the rub.
Cool.
My bad, kids. Go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing with what you're saying. I fully agree.
Any thoughts, Trip?
Yeah, it's good stuff. And these are, the kind of things that you can, prepare ahead of time, just have in a jar on the shelf, with the rest of the spices that are, labeled and ready to go.
And
throw them on your beef, throw them on your pork, whatever.
I was just about to say that. It started off with just ribs, the applewood rub. It turned into chicken quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Smoked chicken quarters that was fire as shit. Now, me, I'm one of those people that I believe that the better you cure your meat, and I mean how you season your meat and cook it, how will you cook it? You may or may not even need sauce. On a good rub meat, you may not. But I'm the type of person that I like sauce, and so no matter how good the meat is seasoned, I'm gonna, especially if it's barbecue, I'm gonna want some sauce.
There's some places, that you offend the pit master or offend the chef if you ask for ketchup or barbecue sauce or steak sauce, what have you, because the flavoring of their meat, is something that they've spent a lot of time perfecting, and it's like, nah, you don't need no damn sauce. Eat that meat. It's delicious. But I'm one that is like always first bite, sauce less, but then to enhance, just the condiments, whatever, I got a pile of each, and then I'll just, go through. But a good meat doesn't need sauce.
Yep. I learned that actually from my girlfriend, because I sauced everything, and she got a hold to a rack of my baby backs, and she was just like, damn. She's like, damn. And she was like, I'm not touching this. But some people aren't sauce people, and I respect that. And so that's why we did this right here, just to introduce people that aren't sauce people into how easily you can make a rub. Because we talk about food all the time on the channel, and I just wanted people, you hear about, okay, this rub or that rub. I wanted to show people how easily you can make it. You got probably at least 50 to 70% of the shit in your cabinet now. Just got to go ahead and start making it.
And I'm one of those that, growing up, after eating, a slab of ribs, yeah, I said slab, don't judge me. But, there's sauce on my cheeks, on my forehead, on the back of my wrist for some reason. I don't know. I look like Red Baron does after, his Mr. Nasty time.
Whoa.
So it's one of those things where you just, and then a side of fries, maybe some coleslaw, some white bread. Come on.
Yeah. You know what, Trips? Same thing goes for this. Anybody want to read it off? Feel free.
What do we got? Chicago steak rub. The ingredients of black pepper, sea salt, cayenne pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, mustard powder, thyme, and coriander.
Circle that last thing down at the bottom.
Yeah, very specific taste, flavor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I'll have to, because this is like barring the mustard powder and the coriander. This is basically what I would be doing for my steak. You know what I mean? So find a little coriander, throw that in there, and give it a test. A little bit of mustard powder as well. Give it a test.
And so, I can go two different ways with a steak. I can rub one. I can marinate one. I got two, I think T-bones in there. My girlfriend wants me to make tomorrow, but we might have some rough weather coming through here, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to make them. And so, when we get off the show, we'll find out what time that weather is supposed to come through here, and we'll find out whether or not I can either rub these steaks or put a marinade on it tonight. Personally, I'm a marinade guy. And that's what my girlfriend enjoys is a marinated steak that I did. However, I do enjoy a good rub steak. I don't know about y'all, but a good rub on a good steak, fire grilled, is second to none. Second to none. That flavor of a flame broiled steak is it's superior. Whether you rubbed it or you put marinade on it, it's just superior. You can fry one, you can bake one, you can put one in the air fryer, a damn microwave if you want to, and just really mess up your whole life. But any way you want to do it, if you flame broil a steak the right way, whether it's a rub, whether it's a marinade, you're going to come out with a superior product. And now I'm telling you, this Chicago steak rub, kids, I was really strong Montreal rub.
A Montreal steak spice, yeah.
I was really strong on this for years. I love that flavor.
It's good, man. It's a
love
good mix. It's a good mix.
You try this, and I'm not gonna say this is gonna change who you are and what you are, what you like, but I'm telling you, something about this rub. Now I tell you, outside of the one I made myself, the Weber Chicago steak rub is outstanding. Outstanding. So if you're gonna buy one at the store, I'd suggest the Weber. They got Laurie's, they got other ones out there. There's a lot of people make steak rubs, but the commercial one that I bought is Weber, and that was out freaking standing. I don't know if y'all get that product in Canada, kids, but that's something you want to try.
I don't know. I know we get their grills, Weber grills. So I could only assume that we probably also get the rubs around here somewhere. I would have to go and look for it. The Montreal steak spice is I kind of swear by it. Like I generally use that.
I do too, by the way.
There's a few others that I have been known to use, but they're more restaurant specific. Like if a restaurant has a specific spice, I might grab that. But the Montreal is so good, man. I had an air fried steak today, and it was just a little piece of sirloin. It was so good, man. Like just put it out there. I didn't really know you could do steak in an air fryer. It just sounds counterintuitive to me. Damn. Yeah. It came out almost perfect. Like I was very surprised.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Shit, I'll blow your mind if I tell you that I made a slab of ribs in Instapot before.
Whoa, for
My
real?
I love that shit. And I don't want to do it no more. Fuck that.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm. So there's many different ways to skin a cat. Not that we skinning cats, but yeah.
No,
but like speaking of the Weber seasonings, they have a whole family of different flavor profiles. From the Montreal seasoning to the Chicago rub. They have a cocoa powder chocolate based one. They have a Kansas City rub. So they get jiggy with it.
I'll tell you another little secret that I did, and I just stumbled into this. One time, I was at one of my friends was at my house, and we got a little effed up. Let's just say that. and I had some ribeyes in the refrigerator, and I was trying to figure out what we was gonna do. We was just gonna kick in and have a couple of ladies over and shit. And I was just messing around, man. And I was just like, and let's just say we was puffing a little bit. And when you puff, like when I puff, the creativity in me comes out. And that turns me into a music producer, a writer, and all kinds of things that I can do. That brings that element out of me. When I do that, it also brings other creativities out of me. I put a can of Coca-Cola on 4 steaks in a Ziploc bag and just slapped it in the refrigerator. 2 cans, as a matter of fact. 2 cans of Coca-Cola. When we got up the next day, he talked about me so bad, kids. We was laughing all night, and we was playing Madden and shit. He was just like, man, I can't believe your ass did that, man. You just messed them steaks up, man. We paid all
two steaks.
Dude, let me tell you something. I threw a little bit of light seasoning on that thing before I threw it on the grill. Light, when I say light seasoning, I just dusted it up real quick and threw it on the grill. He said to me, this is probably the best ribeye I ever had in my life. And it was good. You just couldn't imagine the taste of Coca-Cola on your ribeye off the grill. You just can't imagine it until you do the shit. You isolate in a Ziploc bag. First of all, it's going to make it tender because of all that acid in the Coca-Cola. But the sweetness that comes with that, with the dense piece of meat, and then you throw a couple of bitter seasonings on top of that, dude, I am telling you, it's top 5 in the steaks I ever ate in my life.
Crazy. Sounds like a very interesting idea.
Try it one time. There's no effort to it. Drop a couple of Cokes in you make one for you and your girl. All you need is 1 Coke for that matter. Just one, 16-ounce Coke. Just drop it in there so it's fully. So when you lay it down in that Ziploc bag,
it's fully submerged.
Yeah, and then somewhere at some point in time, flip it over so you make sure it goes all the way through. Flip it over. Then when you get it out, throw a couple of little seasonings that you like on top of that thing, slap it on a hot-ass grill with fire, and watch what happens. Kids, you're going to be like, you son of a something.
Sup, Crooked? Snap, we got to get your boy on here. Flavor profile for coriander.
That Coke, I'm telling you, man. Coca-Cola.
That sounds crazy to me, man. You know what I mean?
Until you do it, and you got to put it on a hot flame, man. That char is going to make it special, bro.
The coriander seeds have a warm, nutty, and slight citrusy flavor, often described as having hints of orange, spice, and pine. When toasted, these dried seeds develop a more aromatic, woody flavor, commonly used in curries and spice rubs.
What up, Crooked? I see you.
Oh, well, here's something that you may not know. Conversely, the fresh leaves, often called cilantro, taste bright, citrusy, and herbaceous to most, though they can taste like soap to people with a genetic trait. So it's in the cilantro family.
That coriander is special. It's gonna bring. It's like if you go out to go get you some fried chicken or something, and you go out and you just like, what is that flavor in there that I can't describe? It's just like something that I know I tasted, but I don't know what it is because I'm looking for it in my cabinet. And I've tried. It's the coriander.
Interesting.
It's coriander.
The comparison to cilantro. Cilantro is like one of them things that I can take it or leave it. I don't. It doesn't do it for me. Just me.
Man, I can't have no tacos or burritos without no cilantro and sour cream.
You need the cilantro. I see you're about that. I'm not sure.
I'm about that life.
I can take it or leave it. I don't need that.
Man.
What up, Cricket? Right on, right.
Coriander, I think garlic, mustard powder, two very, very, and I'm just gonna say more recently for me, I've always had it, but more recently for me, cumin.
Well, it depends what are you doing though? What are you doing with the cumin?
Anything.
Well, like cumin, I think was one of the spices in the cheese sauce that Chef Trips made earlier.
Yeah, he put a little bit of cumin in there. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, cumin goes in a lot of Tex-Mex and Mexican dishes as well.
Yeah, chili powder. Like if you were to take your finger and taste some chili powder and then do the same thing with cumin, you would see where the cumin influence is in the chili powder. You could do the same thing with curry powder. Cumin is a very important spice to both of those, flavor melanges, for lack of a better thing to call them, because like curry and chili are sort of a mixture of different things. But yeah, cumin plays a heavy role in both of those.
Hey, you know what? Also, you'd be surprised how regular your food would taste depending on what you make without some thyme and bay leaf too.
Yeah, thyme is a very important thing. It really is. And you kind of overlook it. I used to overlook it quite frequently until two things. First thing is like I really started getting into cooking Jamaican food, and there's thyme in everything. And then I kept running out of time, like puns intended, anyways. But I kept running out, and I was over at my auntie's house, and I was like, man, I gotta go to the grocery store, get some time because I gotta make some rice and peas when I get home. And she's like, I have a garden full of time. You need time? I was like, oh snap! So now I've got like the holy grail of time moving forward. Anytime I need it, I go get some time.
You ever had so I'll just say this: fresh thyme is different than dried thyme, crushed.
You're damn straight. So much better.
You say fresh is better?
I say fresh is way better.
Well, it's kind of like I'd say sage. Like that's the taste of Thanksgiving for me. So when it comes to Thanksgiving, that flavor profile, sage, is coming through in dressing, it's coming through in turkey and all that kind of stuff. It can be very, very, very overwhelming. Like fresh thyme is very strong.
Yeah.
Whereas the dried crushed thyme, you can kind of hide it a little bit amongst the other seasonings. And so I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying there's a variation for me.
Yeah, you just need to use less with the fresh is all. But it's the flavor profile really kicks. That's why I kind of say it's a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's one of those where a dab will do you. So
yeah, you got it.
A little goes a long way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's not strong as ginger though. Ginger is Hercules, bro.
Yeah, it is. That's the one thing that is almost impossible to gauge. You know what I mean? Like even like a small ass piece of ginger might throw you the entire meal profile out the window.
Right. And just like Raymond is saying, like too much sage in the dressing ruins the dressing.
Yeah.
My grandma's a sage queen, bro. And it should be good too. And everybody loves her dressing, and she put way too much sage in it, bro. Make that sense.
You know, it's a what is it that baking is a science, cooking is a art. It is definitely an art to get the dressing right with the right amount of sage and then the right amount of the giblets all up in there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It took me a long time to even appreciate that part of the meal. But as I got older, I couldn't stand this shit. I could not stand it as a child.
Yeah, when you open like when you get that turkey and you take out the wrapped up giblets that are like stuffed in there, and then you unwrap the paper, and it's like, oh, look at those. Oh, that's disgusting. But then it's like you cook them after you get older, and like, those are delicious.
Yeah. I just remember that smell, that sage smell in my house growing up. And it was just like, I don't know, man. It was kind of depressing. And I don't even know how to describe that other than, I don't know, man. I don't know. It was just like, golly, I got to sit here and smell this shit all day. And all I want to eat is the goddamn macaroni and cheese and maybe a couple pieces of that ham or something. I don't want nothing to do with that turkey and dressing.
But that's the thing, though. When you smelled the sage, there was always something else involved. You know, like you could smell the marshmallows toasting on top of those yams. You know, you can smell those greens in the pot that's been simmering all day with the ham hock or neck bones up in there. You know what I mean, you can smell the pound cake and the pies that have been out cooling because moms and grandmas and auntie made them the night before, and you couldn't mess with them because if you did, that was your ass. I mean, so like just the smells in the house, during that sage season is just a happy memory because it was like, oh shit, when I was a shorty and family and we had those traditions, and it was like, yeah, everybody's dead now, of course. So, there is no more of that. But sage is that one seasoning spice that the smell, the taste, sparks those flashbacks, those memories.
Trips, I do appreciate it now. I do appreciate it now. As a child, smelling that shit every year. And I think, when you start putting so many kids through therapy and teaching them different things and having them go through groups and doing groups with them and older people too. I didn't just deal with kids, I dealt with adults, and you have to do treatment. We did groups, we did individual sessions and different things like that, and teaching them cycles and things that trigger emotions, right? And so I would say that part of my childhood is probably more connected to, that smell is more connected to the torture I had to deal with washing all them goddamn dishes.
Now the real part of the story comes out.
Yeah, I'm just being
This
honest.
is where the depression really is. Kids, y'all on them dishes.
But that's where you learn how to systematically do it. Some organization to make things easier. You do the glassware first, so you don't break that shit. And then you got to, scrape the plates because, people don't be scraping it. Now you got dried up food on there. You got to scrape off of this. You know what the food is and it's delicious, but it's still nasty. When it's somebody else's plate, you got to scrape it and clean it. Then, you got to do the silverware. Then you do the little plate. It's a whole system. Then you end up with the pots and pans. And the kitchen is not done. It is not complete until everything's dry and put away. Counter, stovetop is all wiped down. Until then, nobody goes to bed or gets to have any kind of fun for the rest of the evening.
Bro, no. I need you to understand something. My house, it felt like 200-300 people came through there. And I'm literally like a lot of people came through there and everybody ate. And my grandmother's got all these damn dishes. And when I say that whole countertop, it just stacked. When not only the dishes that people ate out of, those kicked up ass pans that everybody done baked everything in, and you got to scrub them clean, bro. And you sitting there for hours, bro. I'm not playing, bro. It ain't no just I'm gonna go to the sink and I'm just nah, dog. You finna sit there and you gotta soak some shit for an hour. And you got to get to that last.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't like, you had, a phone or a device back then to listen to a podcast or watch a video or something while you was doing it. That stuff didn't exist.
No.
You had to just bust them suds. Old school.
I ain't gonna tell you all that. Now, it was things going on that can divert your attention, but that would have been a waste of your time. There was plenty of shit that you could be on the phone. You can be doing all kind of shit. But what you at the end of the day, you ain't going nowhere till you finish and clean up that goddamn kitchen.
Well,
so you might want to get to it.
But how much of your time did you spend ear hustling, listening to the adults talking shit about each other, and while they getting their little sip on?
Plenty of that, but you too damn depressed to enjoy it. Because you looking at all that mountain of goddamn dishes, man.
Was it just you, or did you at least have a partner or two?
If you got sick, if it was your week, like we did weeks in my grandmother's house.
Oh no.
If you had your week,
Thanksgiving, you're cooked.
It happened to me about 4 times.
Oh, oh, that's too funny.
It's your week, Nomad. It's your week for the dishes, man. If it fall on your week, that's what it is, man. I'm sitting there, my cousins and uncles are sitting up, cracking up, laughing at me. Ooh, they talking shit to you. So it's like you dealing with a damn cackle roll of fucking clowns that's just harassing you the whole time. Boy, wait till you have to get to that dressing pan, boy. You ain't gonna be able to get all that off. I'm gonna watch it. It was crazy.
You got spectators to make matters even
it was horrible, bro.
That's terrible.
It was horrible. But one of the movies we're gonna talk about tonight is gonna kind of reminds me of that in a way, but in a different setting. But how about this, man? We need to talk about some Chicago Bears. Unless y'all got anything else to say about season, steak rub, or your crazy ass experiences with any of that stuff we just got to talking about.
Nope, let's do it.
Mm-hmm. And one day, we'll all be able to afford steak again.
One of these days, but we'll get to that in some other life, probably. But let me get put the banner up, and one of you guys feel free to narrate what y'all see.
Let's see. Bears news: top 30 visits confirmed. A wide receiver, Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss. Defensive tackle Grayson Halton, Oklahoma. Defensive tackle Caden McDonald, Ohio State. Center Jaeger Burton, Kentucky. Quarterback Allen Kalakamenes, something Greek. Rutgers local visit. Brian Parker from Duke. Tight end Dan Villari, Syracuse. Running back Seth McGowan, Kentucky. Linebacker Jimmy Rolder, Michigan.
Good ass job on the fly there, Trips. I'm gonna cover you right quick. That's Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss, Grayson Halton from Oklahoma, defensive tackle, D tackle Caden McDonald from Ohio State, Jaeger Burton from Kentucky, center, quarterback Ethan Kaliamakis from Rutgers. He's a local visit, so that didn't cost us a 30. Interior offensive lineman Brian Parker from Duke, tight end Dan Villari from Syracuse, Seth McGowan, running back from Kentucky, and linebacker Jimmy Rolder from Michigan. Those are the confirmed visits for the Chicago Bears. The only one that I don't really know anything about, I know who he is, but I haven't done the work, is the interior offensive lineman out of Duke. I haven't done the work on him, but everybody else, feel free to shoot some questions, because I got them all in here and ready to talk about.
Is Jaeger Burton a straight up center, that can develop for a year behind Bradbury, or is he like more of a versatile interior offensive lineman like Parker over there?
Well, let me pull him up. The tape that I saw is him playing center. So Jaeger Burton is about let me make sure I got the measurables right. He is 6'4", 313 pounds. No, 323 pounds. Jaeger Burton is 6'4", 6'3", 6'4", whichever one, 323 pounds, which surprised me. That really surprised me, his weight, based on the movement that I saw.
It doesn't look that big.
Nah.
No, it doesn't.
Nah, but he's carrying some weight.
Probably in the trunk.
He's a big dude, but he can move.
Probably in his legs.
And so what I saw was a football player that absolutely fits what we do offensively, scheme-wise. He can move in in wide zone really, really well. He can handle business in mid zone or inside zone, as they call it. Zone scheme offenses. Jaeger Burton fits that mode very, very well because he lines up well, he moves well, and he executes his blocking assignments really, really well consistently. And so, what you're always looking for whenever you're looking at, especially offensive linemen, is what is it that you do, and what do you do consistently? Is it play in and play out, or is it okay? All right, it looked good for a couple of plays, and the next thing you know, I'm seeing functional flaws and stuff like that. Jaeger Burton is really clean on tape. Really, really clean. He's gonna be a solid center for a long time in this league. And in fact, I think that's probably why they brought him in here for a 30 visit, is because they probably don't think they have any chance to draft him when they want to draft. And so we'll get our eyes on you just in case in a few years we might have to pick you up off of somebody. So he's a solid, when I say solid, extremely solid, physical stud up front that executes very, very well in outside zone, which we run in Chicago, and inside zone. Very well. Really never misses a target point in his assignments. If his assignment is to get on the defensive tackle's right side off of a block and then hurry up and get up to the second level and get on the linebacker's right side, it's pretty fluid. He can move from A to B in assignment pretty fast. And I don't know if that sounds like anything that made any sense, but I'm telling you, he can really execute at a high level blocking assignments. High level.
Any chance you think we actually pick him up?
If he falls.
Yeah.
He's probably going to be, out of the centers pick or the interior offensive lineman pick, one of the higher graded guys there.
Interesting.
He's really solid. Jaeger Burton is a nice piece.
See, it's already always interesting now that I think the market for, center is changed. Now that, Tyler Lindenbaum signed that $20 million contract or whatever it was, that now, while not a skill position, quote unquote, that more teams are going to be looking for in-house, development at that position. So like how many centers are now, more coveted because of the way those free agent contracts went for that center market. So Linderbaum, just a side effect of what he signed may have, bumped up Burton and the rest of the center class, to a higher status than before.
Or look at it this way. If yeah, you're right, Trips. If Linderbaugh can go for that kind of money and the center market is that high, you better start raising one now. Right?
Yeah.
You better start bringing one along right now. And if you're going to do it, if you don't see the guy that we just got in free agency as a guy that's going to be your long-term guy,
traded for,
then you better start looking. You always got to be looking a few years down the road. You have to be.
Yeah.
If you're Chicago Bears, but especially with these guys, that market really exploded this year. You know why? It's because good centers that do everything well is hard to find. They're communicators. They're information gatherers. Jaeger Burton is an information gatherer that communicates to the quarterback. And I'm talking about all pre-snap. It's a fast process. Communicates to the quarterback and also communicating with the offensive line. So he's figuring out what's going on defensively that the quarterback needs to pay attention to. And then he's communicating it to the offensive line to make sure they're set right to execute whatever their blocking plan is. And so it's a cerebral job as well as a physical one.
Well, glad we're looking at least one prospect at this position, man. definitely, in my opinion, a position of need, just not necessarily this draft. We'll see.
All right.
But that's the question. Like, if the next draft and knowing that Bradbury, who we did trade for, is only under a 1-year contract at 30, 31 years old, however he is, would you want a center to come in and start in 2027 as a rookie versus drafting a rookie this year, letting him develop all of, the upcoming season and then have him start? While it may be his first time starting, he technically won't be a rookie anymore.
Here's the thing, Trips. What I think about that whole thing you just said is it's not ideal to bring in a rookie in the NFL and thrust him into a starting role unless you have to. You know what I mean? And the idea, I think, is that's going on in Chicago is don't put a rookie center into that position. Get somebody to make sure you spot fill that role, and so he can start learning, and so that it's not as much on him in his rookie season in the NFL. He did it well in college, but that's a different world. This is different. So that's why it's not ideal, and that's why it makes sense to get a free agent center and signing for however long they signed. Was a year, 2 years, however long it was. That's what the idea that we're going to have to draft and fortify this position, and this is how you do it. You make sure that you don't have to thrust him into that competition right away. You can take him and sack him a little bit and get him.
Remember that Bradbury wasn't signed. He was traded from Buffalo, and he still only has, I think, 1 year remaining on his contract, and he, hasn't been extended as of yet. So as far as it stands, this is, his one and only year right now.
Right. And so here's the idea. You're getting a known commodity that can perform at a high level in NFL football play. You're getting that for a year. What you think you're getting is a guy that you think that can perform that way as well, given his opportunity. What you don't want is to thrust him into that role too fast. And so you fortify the situation by getting a free agent so that he doesn't have to. Trust me, this is good. If they draft a center, wherever they draft a center, whether it's early or later, having a free agent here for a year is going to give that kid an opportunity to adjust to the game on this level. Gather information, get his body right, and adjust to the rigors of 18, 17, 18, 19 game season.
22.
Yeah, whatever. However many games it is.
Travel to about 4, 5, 6 countries.
Much more rigor than it is in college. Much more. Y'all think it's good to take the banner down or leave it up there?
No, you gotta take it down.
All right. Y'all want to get to another guy?
Yeah, what's up with that with the tight end? Knowing that Cole Kmet is our inline guy, Colston Loveland is our move guy, our threat. Where does tight end Dan Villari from Syracuse? Where would he fit?
He reminds me so much of the tight end that Detroit ended up trading, I think, to Minnesota.
Hawkinson?
Yeah, they sent Hawkinson over there.
He reminds me of him a little bit. Now, I'll tell you the features about him that really, really stick out to me is, of course, he's a solid blocker. They're not even going to consider you in Chicago unless you can block in this offense as a receiver. They're not. So any receiver, whether it's a tight end, whether it's a receiver, a wide receiver, even a running back, your ass better be a willing blocker, or you won't show up on the screen here. That is true about Dan Villari. Now, the feature about him that really sticks out, Triple R, is the foot quickness. For a tight end let me make sure I got it right. For a tight end that is 6'4", 245 pounds, that's a big dude. He can move. His feet are quick. Extremely quick. So much so that he lines up and too many reps to count as their Wildcat quarterback. So think about that. A 6'4", 245-pound Wildcat quarterback. That guy you can line up as your U tight end. What a U tight end is a quasi fullback that can line up inside the backfield and can flex out to an interior tight end. An interior tight end is one that lines up close to the line of scrimmage. So he's right next to the tackle. So you got an extra offensive lineman. And so when you feature 11, 12 personnel, 13 personnel, you need tight ends that are dynamic, good in motion, can really function in motion offenses that we run here, that move the tight ends around. He can function in all those levels. Dan Villari is quickly, I saw right away, given what I saw in a year with Ben Johnson's offense and seeing how tight ends are used, this is seriously a piece for them. He's not afraid of contact whatsoever. He absorbs contact very well because it's a physical role. I actually hate to be a tight end because you're getting thrown right into hits all the time. Physical, tough hits. But he's durable like that. He gets up and he continues to play football. That's a feature that you got to have in all tight ends because it's a physical effing job.
It definitely sounds like he has those Dennis Johnson traits of the toughness and the versatility. And, considering that Durham Smythe, he got a lot of reps last season, at fullback, at tight end, in motion, doing a lot of different things. And he went with Declan Doyle out there to Baltimore. So, the only other tight ends on the roster, young guys, 1-year guys, and then Steven Carlson, who I think is coming off an injury or something. So tight end is not a starting position, quote unquote, because Kmet and Loveland are here, but a versatile, plug and play piece like that in multiple positions will get a lot of reps in the Ben Johnson offense.
Yeah.
Not only will he get reps, but really you kind of want to look at somebody like this from a succession perspective, because again, Cole's coming towards the end of his contract. Who's to say whether they renew, trade, or what have you. So just to keep that in mind, Colson is the heir apparent, but you do want to have another guy so that you can, do the 12 personnel thing.
12, 11, 13, all those. It's you gotta have a guy that's dynamic enough so that when you start whittling down your roster, you're not looking at a guy that you're just like, okay, maybe we can keep him on a practice squad. That's not a guy that you feel extremely confident about. But you like him, but you're not extremely confident about him to put him on 53. So Dan Villari is, you draft a Dan Villari, he's probably very well going to be somebody that's an undrafted free agent, but can bring you something to the table. And I think that's what this is.
All right. I guess we can keep it moving.
All right.
Let's just stick to the offensive side of the ball and the other interior offensive line. You want to go there?
No, let me go here.
Quarterback.
So, local visit. This is a guy out of Rutgers, Ethan Kaliakmanis. Let me make sure I say that right. Ethan Kaliakmanis out of Rutgers. Solid. Very solid. And I know why they I don't know why they brought him. Well, he's local, so it's not gonna really show up on nobody's radar in the NFL. It's not. But he's got some traits to him that kind of remind you of Caleb a little bit. Strong arm, accurate, and can move. He's about 6'2", about 220. Let me make sure I got it.
A little bit bigger than Caleb.
No, he's about 6'2", 212. No, Caleb's a little bigger than him.
Well, Caleb's a little bit thicker, maybe, and heavier, but a little bit shorter, right? Because Caleb's like 6'1" or so.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but he's got similar traits as what the connection is the kind of offense that they run. It's a run-based offense, play action kind of offense. They run a little bit of a lot of RPO, just like every college, but he's very accurate, and he's got a nice touch on the football, good read of defenses. You can tell that he studied. He's been to Minnesota. I think that's one other school he's been to. So he transferred to Rutgers. But I think the time in college and the experience is very attractive to a coach like Ben Johnson, because you know you're getting an experienced guy that's going to come in here, and you know he's going to be a kind of, well, ain't no kind of to it. He's going to be a reliever, but you want to spend some time working on him. And so, it's a lot about the things about Caleb that you like. He's got a little bit of that going on too.
I could see that maybe Ethan Kaliakmanis. Yeah, there you go. Probably caught the attention when they were looking at Kyle Monangai last year during the process. Who's just handing off the ball and throwing the ball to Kyle out here? So that might have put him on their radar, but also considering his how do I phrase this without being insensitive, but lower stature, not being one of the top quarterbacks, it's possible that with Tyson Bagent and Case Keenum, now re-signed, that Kaliakmanis, kids, will be able to survive if possible or necessary on the practice squad, without getting poached.
If they spend too much time with this cat, he's got the kind of traits. Again, man, anytime you got a guy that's been in college for a long enough time, the longer you're there and the more experienced coaches you have, the more you learn and the more you adjust. His drops are quick. I think the most important thing, and I've said a lot so far, but I think the most important thing is how quickly he disseminates or just receives the information that the defense is doing to him and makes a decision. And I'm talking about in split seconds. So he's reading, like, if you got a front showing you a blitz and the backside of it showing you a cover 4, knowing where the cover 4 beater is. You know what I'm saying? So that sounds real football-y. And so if you got a cover 4, basically you got a cloud in your secondary. You got people all over your secondary, and they're trying not to show you anywhere to throw the ball. Where is your cover 4 beater? Is it your wide out? Is it your tight end? Is it your running back? 9 times out of 10, it is not your running back. It's going to be one of your receivers that's going to dig into one of those little spaces and make a play on the ball. But can you deliver that ball in the right time? His timing is really good. That's what I'm trying to get at. He makes a cloudy situation not so bad because he always delivers the ball to the right place. And in layman's terms is always making the right decision, putting the ball, even when there's nothing there, always putting the ball where it needs to be, whether it's in a receiver's hands or running back's hands, tight end's hands, or throwing the goddamn thing out of bounds, making sure it's not a negative play. This is what coaches teach them. And so when you got that kind of decision maker at the quarterback, of course a coach like Ben Johnson is going to be attracted to it, because you don't want to really have wasted plays, but this guy's not making a bad situation worse by turning the ball over. You get it? And so he's just always making right reads and right decisions.
Perfect, because we're looking, we will be looking for a developmental talent in that respect as well. Much like I just said about the tight end position, Who knows whether there are rumblings about a certain Mr. Bajent going on, as well as potential future retirement for Case Keenum. So those guys could be in flux over the next little while. And you want to have a talent that you can spend some time developing and turning into the backup of the future or a potential starter.
All right. Make sure we get to everybody here. Yeah, we need to talk about this guy right here. This is running back Seth McGowan out of Kentucky. I think we briefly talked about him a couple of weeks ago here because I think he was whispered as somebody they wanted to bring in here. Seth McGowan he's had some college boy experiences. Let's just say that. He's been in college and he's had some run-ins. A few little, I don't know what you want to call them, behavior problems, people might want to call them, but just young people problems. I don't call them behavior problems. He's just young and running into shit. I tell you what, the person I am right now, I wouldn't be without some of them run-ins I had when I was in college. You have shit that happens, man, and his shit happened to be public. He had a couple of incidents, and it wasn't nothing that's going to be like, okay, he ain't worth. No, I don't want to bring no, behavior person into my locker room. No, it's not that. He's just young. But man, he's a stud running back without those infractions that he might have had. He's probably talked about as the top 3 to 5 running backs in this draft class. Period. He's in that conversation with some of these guys that everybody likes so much because he can produce. Seth McGowan is, be honest with you, when I'm watching him run and watching him do the things he does, he reminds me of DeAndre Swift. I don't know whether you're looking at his stuff but I'm telling you, he's physical as well as fast, quick, willing blocker. And I think that's going to be because he's about 6'1", about 212 pounds. Let me make sure I got that right. He is exactly 6'1", 212 pounds, 215, as a matter of fact. But he's got it, physically. He's got it physically. It's just the maturation process for him.
Yeah, I'm looking here, and he's according to this, a dual rollback, 6 feet tall, 223. So good weight to him. What is that? 4.4940. His pass blocking is lowest at 36%, run blocking 57%, his rushing 80%. He'll break tackle 69% and receiving 59%. And he's projected to be a 6th rounder.
So to the pass blocking aspect of his game, that's something he's going to have to baptize himself. Ain't nobody, ain't no pope, ain't no deacon, ain't no pastor, ain't nobody going to be able to do this to him. He's going to have to really commit. And I've seen him at times watching his film commit to cracking in the pass blocking game. But he's going to have to commit to that round the clock. And that's just the way it's going to have to be for anybody like him that's going to be in any kind of role in the NFL. You will never see the light of day if you don't do that. And so it might be his weakest asset, but I know that can turn into the strength with the right motivation. He's going to have to run into some people hard.
Well, now let me ask you this. I'm just looking at the scouting report according to, what is this, NFL Draft Buzz, and according to this, an alarming lack of explosive plays at the SEC level, with a long run of just 20 yards in all of 2025, and very few carries gaining 10 plus yards against quality defenses. Ball security is a legitimate red flag after 5 fumbles over the last 2 seasons. His pass blocking grades fell off this season with too many costly whiffs and missed assignments. Limited receiving upside, runs choppy routes out of the backfield with stiff mechanics, and will turn 24 before the rookie season begins.
First of all, beware of where you're getting those goddamn scouting profiles from. Number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, always remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Because most people that want to do this stuff and get attention for doing it and want to be known for doing it is always looking for something. Always.
So are they wrong?
What do you mean they're looking for something?
Let me tell you something, man. You can find something wrong with every fucking draft prospect ever and focus on that. And it really could glare on you as the reader because that's what you're looking for. It can. But that, man, I don't pay no attention to that bullshit. Most of them people don't know what the fuck they talking about.
Well, and does he have a history of fumbling?
No, not necessarily.
So they made up
So
those.
if he got 5 fumbles, that means he's a fumbler.
I mean, but you didn't see that on tape then?
Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, they're not, I don't think, making up the stats.
Well, let me finish this, man, because this will carry on to something else. I just don't like these people. Anybody can make a website and sit there and act like there's some kind of fucking NFL scout. Ain't played nan bit of fucking
Yeah,
football.
but did he have 5 fumbles or not? If he did,
what
that's
I'm
not
saying
good.
to you is don't listen to the shit.
Well, it's not. I mean, is it factual or isn't it? It's a yes or no.
You got 5 fumbles. You got 5 fumbles. How'd you get those 5 fumbles?
Because he couldn't secure the ball. That's a red flag.
How about there's other criteria to this? It's not that simple, Trip. It's just
Well,
not.
I would prefer a running back that has ball security, though.
Man, we're gonna keep moving, man. Let's keep.
I mean,
moving.
I mean, if you have a running back who has an issue holding on to the ball, that's an issue.
Deal with, man. We got a lot of stuff to deal with.
That's an issue.
We're gonna get in the weeds on this, man. But stop listening to that shit.
You know, because he gets drafted, he comes in, then he starts fumbling. It's like, well, yeah, he was doing that in college.
He had the flu when he was 8 too, man.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that? We can't draft him.
Yeah, well, if he could hold on to the ball, hey.
Yeah. All right. I suggest don't look at that shit.
Well, what about the breakaway runs? Did you see on tape him showing his speed or explosiveness and taking it to the house?
Kentucky had a pretty shitty offensive line outside of maybe the interior.
I'll leave that for you to speak to a little bit more. What I did see with Seth McGowan is most like he tends to break out on outside zone runs, right? So if the interior is the stronger part and the exterior is a weaker part, he's making his hay on the using the weaker part of that line regardless. So what I can say from what I've seen, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything longer than 20 yards. Extra burst doesn't seem to have a lot of extra burst. There are things, to go the other direction. There are things that are very interesting. He has he has really good field vision, that I can say. He has sort of like, I want to call it a juke or sidestep or jump cut. I guess I'll call it a jump cut. He has sort of like a move that allows him to sort of cut the field to the side, and it makes it relatively easy to take advantage of those outside zone runs. I see a lot of 7, 8 or more outside zone runs from this young man.
Physical runs, aren't they?
They are. He keeps trucking like David Montgomery, right? Like it's probably what I would compare there. He's got that. I've seen him in situations where there's multiple guys all over him, and he keeps it moving and winds up getting that extra yardage and potentially into the end zone in many situations. Other things I don't see You know, I don't see him seeking contact. Now, let's be frank here. It's awesome when you see a running back do it. I'm not so sure, you know, outside of like Christian Okoye and maybe Kyle Monangai, you know, like I'll throw those two names out there. I don't know how frequently, you know, you really want your running back to be running people over. You know, obviously Derrick Henry in the mix there too, but like I don't know. You know, and why I'm kind of poo-pooing it is because like we have a guy on the roster right now who seeks contact and it ain't working, and it just doesn't do anything for Roschon Johnson. So the verdict is out on that. I don't see him doing that, so you're not going to get a lot of truck out of this guy if that's what you're looking for. So I do kind of agree with Nomad. He does sort of, you know, I'll phrase it like this: he's sort of the poor man's DeAndre Swift. And in this respect, I'd probably still lean towards DeAndre Swift.
Wait, is he more of a Swift, like explosive breakaway back, or is he more of a Monty short yardage back?
Let me.
No, Swift. Swift, more Swift than Monty.
This is going to take way too long if I don't interrupt here. Listen, Trips, as far as this goes, if you want to know what somebody's capable of, you got to go and just look at there's no cut for this. This has got to be raw. You're going to have to go look. The last thing you ever want to do in this world, in this day and age, is somebody with a pretty ass or well-known website or whatever people say about this website or that website. It's a bunch of goddamn skinny punk ass nerds running them, telling you what this is or that is. I just abhor those websites.
Yeah, really, but it's not. It doesn't take. I mean, the stats are the stats.
Just let me finish. We got to keep moving, man. I'm just encouraging you.
Yeah,
not to give so much credence to it.
Five fumbles is five fumbles.
Okay, man. Okay, let's keep going. Let's get to Dejon Stribling out of Ole Miss. Now, this dude surprised me. He surprised me because early on in his reps, all I kept seeing was possession catches. And I kept thinking I'm looking at Rome Odunze, a little shorter Rome Odunze, because he's really, really solid in the short area. You know, you got 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. Somebody's going to run an in-breaking route and catch the ball in traffic and take a hit. Very good at that, man. He's money when it comes to pressure situations. Dejon Stribling, the more you get into his tape, you find out that he's a willing blocker. And let's just say he can execute at a high level in blocking as a receiver. So that's going to initially draw a Ben Johnson into, okay, let's watch some more of this tape. And then later you find out that, man, this guy is pretty explosive when you give him the ball enough time, especially in the short area. So you see more short area explosion and turning those into big plays more than you see downfield, long 60-yard bombs down the field, catch it, run into the end zone. Mm-hmm. Much less of that, more of catching the short area and turning yourself into a running back really, really quick. So it's almost like some of the DJ attributes minus the long receptions and turn them into touchdowns. Mm. Physical, running after the catch, hard to tackle. He's a let's just say I can see everything that Ben Johnson is looking at in this football player. Physical, he's willing, and he's durable as well, man. He took some shots, got right on up and got right on back in the huddle.
Yeah, he's 6'2", 207 pounds, and he's running a 4.36. He's in 90th percentile with hands, which is very good. Short receiving, 85 percentile. Intermediate routes, 91 percentile. And his deep threat being at X receiver, he's at 88, which is good. And his blocking is his lowest rating, but it's still a 71.
All right.
So he can, he seems like a He's from Hawaii, which is cool. So yeah, the toughness and the after catch running ability is definitely a DJ Moore quality. And and it seems as though that Mr. Stribling was the Ole Miss go-to guy. When it needed third down or a big play, he was their guy, even though he wasn't, like Nomad was saying, the big play guy. He would be Mr. Reliable and turn it into a big play.
Too many times I've seen, before we get out of this, too many times I've seen him take a little something. I've seen him burn Georgia in a big game 2 to 3 times. Just burn them. Absolutely. They have the right coverage set up. They got the right plan in place. And this guy individually, just individual effort, just completely dominate the entire defense by just being a dog. And that's what it comes down to. If you're gonna draft a guy, you draft the guy, based on his consistency and what he does, little attributes, blocking and all the different things, hands. Sometimes he lets that ball get into his body. I ain't like that. But when it came down to it, to make a secure catch, he used his hands and it was secure. Didn't fumble the ball after the catch, any of that stuff. But in his big games, against the biggest opponent, in his mind, when he's facing the Georgia Bulldogs, this last year, he was dominant. It was him. It was him. So Dejon Stribling is going to be a piece for somebody, whether he's in the Chicago Bears uniform or not. But his attributes, I think, are extremely strong, and his body's going to get even stronger. His ability to be able to break tackles and just run through contact, that's a strong attribute. Strong attribute. And so I'm just here to talk about what I think he can bring to the table. That's what I'm here to talk about. But we got to keep moving. Let's be quick about it.
Yeah, he's a projected third rounder.
Didn't know that. I don't even pay attention to that shit. I just look at the tape. All right. So any last thoughts about the players that we talked about here? Making sure we got to them all.
I have Deshaun. I have him a fair amount further back than third, from what I'm seeing here. I don't mind this pickup. He looks like I see exactly what you're saying. He looks like a straight up possession receiver, but he does have that. Once you get the ball in his hands, you're a running back thing going on. So it might be a decent little. Might be a decent addition given the absence of DJ Moore, but in my opinion, I think stuff like that's really going to go to Luther Burden. But yeah,
Luther Burden can't do it all.
Sure, he can.
No, he can't.
I think he can, and that's my. I believe in Luther Burden, boys. I'm gonna say that loud and clear. I also believe in Jahdae Walker. These are two guys that I think are really going to make their impression felt on this wide receiver core this year. No offense, Rome. You've got a little bit of work to do. I'd like to see a lot more from you, but it's not really offense I'm giving. It's just that I see something special in Luther Burden, and I also see something special in Jahdae. I think they're going to really, really turn up in 2026.
All right. This is one thing I would say that stuck out to me after watching this cat. Now, this is one of the guys that I looked at a little bit earlier on, so I knew this guy before they brought him into here for a visit. And so I was getting to some of the receivers. He's one of the guys that got circled up. And so a couple of months back, I knew who he was. Now, what I started to think was, okay, we just let go of DJ Moore. I know the contractual stuff that came with it was a good reason to do, right? If you can get somebody to take on that contract and you can get that out of the building, okay, good for that reason. But then you put that to the side. Now you're starting to look at a whole. Now you're starting to guess what kind of receiver are they looking to bring into Chicago to replace that kind of, production. And so now you're looking at all these different kinds of receivers, right? And so I'm looking at Dejon Stribling. I'm just like, okay, he's a lot like Rome. And then the more and more you're looking at his film, it's just like, oh, he looks a lot like DJ. The more and more you get into it, so it's curious to me what kind of a receiver they're actually looking to snag in this draft. If they snag a receiver in this draft, we don't know if they will, but if they snag one, what attributes are they looking for?
Man, did you see how much Jackson Smith and Jigba got paid? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna snag a wide receiver.
We don't know that.
This is one of those things where that skill position, you're gonna take a guy every year. I guess they weren't technically planning on taking Luther Burton, last year after taking Rome Odunze at 9 the previous year, but he fell to them. And so serendipity, they took him, and now you got them, and as you hear kids singing their praises. If a Stribling falls to them in whatever round and they feel that it's like, man, we can't pass up on this dude, wide receiver could be a pick, even though it's not a top need.
We're talking about possibility. Anything
it's all
possibility. And we just was sure that they was going to draft an edge high. They did not at all. They didn't draft an edge at all.
At all.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm speculating, just playing different scenarios around in my head about what they're looking for in a receiver. Given the fact that we have Rome Odunze, we have Luther Burton, those two guys are two different players. They bring two different things to the table. And so, and then they grab Khalif Raymond in free agency as a slot receiver. He's going to bring a different aspect to it. And so what else are they looking to add to the mix? And that doesn't give me confidence that they'll draft a receiver. That gives me confidence when I see this guy, okay, they're looking for a certain something. That's all it tells me. It doesn't tell me at all they're going to draft a receiver. At all. It just tells me, okay, this is what I need to be paying attention to when I'm looking at these players. That's all it tells me.
We'll see.
That's it, man, for the players. Let's just have a quick, comprehensive conversation about the Bears and what we're doing so far and what y'all think. Just to close that part out, what do y'all think is happening here? What do y'all like about what's happening or don't like about what's happening? Let's touch it all.
I don't know what to start.
Well, I'll start.
Go ahead.
Now as we see the film and the videos of players working out, Colston Loveland put out a nice one where the view was field level, and as the defender, and Colston's doing his footwork, making his cuts, look very athletic, very smooth, cool. But then there was one from Tyreek Stevenson, and he's working, which is good. He's somewhat hard to understand because he got that flowed accent and he talks really fast. But where he was in a workout facility with other, people working out, other coaches yelling at him. So there was a lot of echo. But what I could gather from it is that he still thinks about the Hail Mary at the Washington thing, in the morning and at night. So he wakes up thinking about it. He goes to bed thinking about it, which I don't think is healthy. But then the second part of his video was like he's focused on being a multi-millionaire. And it's like, yeah, I feel you. Get your money, my boy. But I would prefer to hear I want to be a better football player. I want to play for Super Bowls and the money will come. But I mean, it just sounds like his attitude is getting benched, during the season early on when he had the nickname Crispy, and the way the front office has been looking. Obviously, they're looking at all the prospects, but we've also seen a lot of visits in them checking out cornerbacks. So Nomad thought the possibility of maybe Jalen Johnson being traded is there. But I think, more and more it's looking like the possibility that Tyreek Stevenson could be a move coming up being his contract year and all that.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Oh.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I think everything Tyreek Stevenson related, Terrell Smith related, included, is a little bit ambiguous. But let me say this before we get fully into the Bears conversation, because I almost forgot to bring this up. I just want to we talk about football players in a very laissez-faire way, in a very nonchalant way, because as fans, we are not connected to the physical aspects of what the football game is. The game is extremely physical, it's extremely it's beneficial in ways that you can't imagine, but it's also counterclockwise to that. It can hurt you. The game that I love so much can absolutely hurt you in ways that you can't recover from. And so let me just tell you this story real quick. This is football player. He's a defensive tackle named Kevin Johnson, who ended up being a journeyman, but played in the league quite some time, played for multiple teams, multiple years, and he died at a homeless encampment in LA. And it was really, like, the details of his death is really gruesome. It's bad. And some of the people that are closer to him than others tell the story that he just wasn't the same player after football. And so he died broke, he died homeless, and he died in an encampment with homeless people violently. Let's just say that. Without all the details, I'm just going to say that I just want to say I love and respect this football player. I remember him, watching him on film. He played somewhere in that Michael Strahan era. He came from the same school as Michael Strahan. And I think too many times we just talk too flippantly about these football players, because whether they're on your team or off your team, you just think of him what you think of him, and they're just like disposable. And so because I'm so passionate about this game that I love, the NFL won't touch this story, because there's some hint, probably a strong odor of CTE involved in this story. And guess what? That is not good for the brand. And guess what? Major corporations will always do first in line what's more important for the brand. And anything kind of clockwise to that brand, they will try to avoid. And I just want to give love and respect and say rest in power to Kevin Johnson, playing all these years in the NFL, and we always talking about, oh, they make all this money, they should do this or should do that, they're making a lot of money. Guess what? Didn't mean shit in the end for him. Nothing. I just want to say thank you more than anything else, and give respect to him, his life, and his family, the people that he left behind. I just want to appreciate him right quick. Y'all got anything to say? Go ahead.
Yeah. So rest in peace and rest in power to Kevin Johnson. I'm not all that familiar with his tenure in the NFL, but it's from what you've just mentioned, a bit of an interesting story. Interesting with respect to how you can be at the upper echelon of the sporting world and then wind up in a homeless encampment. That's pretty crazy, but it also goes to show just sort of the differences in what some of our older heroes were making back in the day versus what these young bucks are making. Night and day difference from a salary perspective. So a lot easier to screw that all up and wind up ass out, for lack of a better thing to call it. This is the first I'm hearing of this story, so I don't have much to say other than, again, may he rest well.
Yeah, and I guess more able to compartmentalize things. And it's like, there's the aspect side of the game, the business aspect side, there's the human aspect side, there's the competitive side, all that. For the human aspect side, rest in peace to the dude. and now, unfortunately, they should be able to, study, his brain and see if it is CTE. And not that it should be a surprise by now. I don't understand why it's still such a source of embarrassment, a cover up. I mean, it's just kind of a thing. It's like, yeah, collisions with the head, yeah, they can cause CTE, and there were lots of collisions with the head, previously in this game, all the way until today, as players are still going down, with the concussion protocol. But guess what? They push them right back out there in 2 weeks. So they say that they are addressing the safety aspects of it. The players, you understand that you take that field, there's that possibility you're going to get hurt in some kind of way, but you still play the damn game because that's just what it is. And, much respect to these guys for putting it all on the line, because even from the, number 89, 90 on the roster, barely making the minimum wage versus the top, name guys who are making the huge contracts, they're all still, putting it all out there on the line every goddamn play, every goddamn practice, every goddamn training, and utmost respect for that. And it does get lost in the wash when you be like, yeah, we'll trade his ass. Or, yeah, I don't like his maturity, or he has these red flags, or whatever the case may be. As fans, when we want to move on from a guy, not understanding or knowing or really caring about their personal issue, because it's just as players now, they're just commodities and not human beings. So, there are those aspects to both, but bottom line, they are human beings. So, respect. And, for those that remember them, care about them, love them, miss them, strength and honor to y'all as well.
I appreciate that, Triple R, man. That is
Well said.
well said. Very well said. And just to top it off, I just want to say, this is something, no secret to nobody. I absolutely love football. It's part of my spirit. Football is part of my spirit. I am forever going to be a football player in my spirit, whether I'm out there actually physically doing it. I just love this game so much, man. The love I have for playing this game is kind of unmatched, man. I just love being out there and love the physical aspect of it. I love the cerebral aspect of it. I love every part of football, the stink of the locker room. I love it. And, I don't know who Kevin Johnson was. I don't know who he was, but I know that, the CTE aspect of it and the close proximity that defensive linemen, offensive linemen, what they endure. Now, we go through some collisions from the backside of the secondary as defensive backs. We run up and we make some serious hard-ass collisions, and sometimes your head is involved. But we just came off, and I'm only doing this not only for my sensibilities, but from the perspective of we just lost a center that we was going to have for about the next 4 to 5 years. And we still don't know any kinds of information about why he retired. But I'm almost certain. I'm like 99% certain that this played a role in it. Not wanting to risk your body. You already put enough on your body. Now it's time to do something else with your life. This ain't the end. You know what I mean? And so that's, to me, the perspective. It was my own, and the perspective of a Chicago Bears player that just left the game, and this might be some kind of relation to it.
And you look at previous examples of other players that are quote unquote brainiacs, actual doctors. The running back from Minnesota, Robert Smith, he was like legit doctor scientist type dude. Drew Dahlman, went to, was it Stanford or MIT or one of those brainiac schools? I think Stanford. So mechanical engineering type background. So a lot of these guys are not just dumb jocks. No offense to dumb jocks, but they're too dumb to get the be offended. Some of these guys are Mensa candidates who play football. So if they make that decision, it's like, I love the sport, but the sport's only gonna last so long, whereas I'm gonna need my brain power forever. And so they make that tough decision. Because even though, Drew Dahlman, walked away and people in his position from leaving a lot of money on the table, it becomes, it's like, it's not all about money. He has enough money, or he can get more money, or he's comfortable enough that the money that's still out there is not important enough to risk his future. And so when you can get to that place as a human being, that's a very high enlightened stage, just beyond being a football player or an athlete.
Hey, man. It's hard to hear these stories. He's not the only one. There's several football players that have gone by the wayside and not being discussed. He was just, to me, the latest one. There's been several. And the NFL, the Shield won't cover it because it's not to their advantage to do that. It's not.
See, I don't understand that. I mean, here's the thing. The NFL, there are only so many teams, there are only so many players, even though there is a churn of players every year that make it on rosters or don't. So, I mean, there is a finite number of athletes that they would have to be responsible for with their insurance and covering them. And being that it is a multi-billion-dollar corporation, they can't afford it. But it's just, for some reason, they choose not to, which now increases the bad publicity. If players like Kevin Johnson are now deceased, with CTE being part of the cause. It's like, just not embrace it, but accept the responsibility that, the violence in the sport can lead to these issues. Don't try to hide them. Don't try to push them under the rug. Just be like, for all intents and purposes, shit happens. We're going to address it. We're going to take care of the players, with their health insurance or what have you. That would seem like more of a welcoming, human-friendly corporation gesture to make that, the fans would even seem to appreciate.
That common sense that you're speaking with is present, but not applicable when it comes to greedy billionaires. When you're talking about people that hoard money and hoard assets and hoard power, if you live long enough life, you live a long enough life where you know that there is no satisfaction to people with a lot of money and a lot of power. All they ever want is more. And anything that can be counterproductive to that is the enemy. And so let's just leave that there, because we got to keep going. We got to finish this up, man. We'll get into some of that in a few minutes here, I guess. But we got to get to this Doomsday Survival segment is going to be special, man, because it's going to be something that we have to talk about as a community, not as political this or political that. This is not regional. This is worldwide, and we have to discuss it. Oh, so this wouldn't be a variety show if we didn't. But we have to do it, and do it in a way that isn't inflammatory towards anybody. Let's just keep it very centralized, but let's get to it. We got to get to it. Well, give me 1 second while I pull this up. So before anybody says anything, and we will cover this, everybody will get their take on it. everybody will get feedback on this. I just want to say this. In this world we live in right now, of course, there is things going on in the world that are very alarming, extremely alarming. And to the point, the alarm is more poignant than I've ever experienced in my life. And I'm starting to see the repercussions of actions that are being taken. We got a absolute escalation in the Middle East that can't be ignored. However, the ramifications of it have no political allegiance to it. It is real life, what you're going to be dealing with day in, day out. And these are warning signs that you might be dealing with some imminent stuff in your region of the world. This is definitely not localized. Whether you're in Canada, United States, you're in fucking Turkey, I don't care. I don't care where you are. Netherlands, I don't care where you are. This is going to be important for you to pay attention to and take note of. If any one of you guys feel like being a narrator to the points here, go right ahead. I can read.
I got warning signs. 1, 400 million barrels of strategic oil reserves released, the most in history. 2, the U.S. just declared itself insolvent. 3, the Strait of Hormuz is closed to Western nations. 4, rising gas, energy, and grocery prices. 5, Arab states' energy and water infrastructure being attacked. 6, 0 new jobs created in the private sector for a quarter.
All right. Let's start with number 1. Trips, if you want to reread that one more time, I can read it if you don't. But let's just stay there and just go down the line.
All right. 400 million barrels of strategic oil reserves released, the most in history.
And so we are all part, especially us in the Western world, whether it's us in the United States, Canada, we are part of a deal that kind of hoards oil for a scenario like this in case we need it. And so it's an emergency stockpile of oil barrels that you don't want to ever release, right? If you have to release a few here and there just to supplement some kind of shortage that happened in transportation or whatever happened in the world, that's why you hoard those barrels of oil for. That's why you do it. And so we just had 400 million barrels of it released, by far the biggest in history. Kids, what does that mean to you?
It means we're fucked. Right? Like you don't really want to touch that oil at all. So as a for instance, Canada has a deal with the United States of America under which it sends oil to you or gas or unrefined crude from our oil sands in Alberta to the United States of America first. This is one of the worst things in worst ideas ever conceived. We send this oil to you guys first before the mass Canadian public gets it. And why I say this is one of the worst ideas ever conceived is because that oil gets to the United States of America. The United States of America, from an oil perspective, sells it back to the Canadian public at a much larger marked up price than they would have actually sold it to Canadians directly. So that's just a little for instance and little thing you guys probably don't know. The downside here is, considering this 400 million barrels of reserve, Canada has no reserves, right? We actually don't have any reserves at all because we send it straight to you guys, and you guys put it aside if you need to, or do what you will with it. This is really much more of an economic maneuver for Canada, being one of the larger trade partners for oil to the United States of America. The downside is we pale in comparison to what you would normally get from the Middle East. So you are getting a bunch of oil from us. You have enough to put aside, but given the fact that your population is as large as it is, you're going to burn through that stuff in no time.
What's your thoughts, Trips?
Yeah, it's embarrassing to admit that, you know, as a resident of a country, as a citizen of a country, that the leadership is too ass backwards to embrace simple things like, let's say, renewable energy, you know, solar panels, wind turbines, geothermal, hydroelectric, you know, all of the things that we can produce without having to worry about it not only polluting the earth, but having to get it from across the globe and to pay outrageous amounts of money to whoever. You know, it's just such a very short-sighted, greedy, selfish, backwards, you know, dirty energy way to look at things and to handle things. And that as a thinking person, you know, with some semblance of common goddamn sense, to understand that as a country, you know, we got to get places. So that means your vehicles need some sort of fuel. If it's not going to be electric, if it's going to be gas, okay, you want to make the gas as accessible and inexpensive as possible, you know, which includes not poking a hornet's nest to where all the goddamn gas is being produced at, that you utilize for so many other things as well. I mean, we've already, as a country, you know, went down to Venezuela and jacked that oil, you know, but it's still not enough, obviously, or the right kind of oil for the after refining and processing, that we are still, you know, put into a self-owned situation to where everybody has to pay for it except those making the decisions, because they getting paid either way. So it's just a very fucked up and frustrating situation to be in.
I
You
appreciate
actually you actually nailed something there, man, and there's something to be said, and I'll be quick with it here, Nomad. You know, it just goes back to the old saying, you know, you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. Very, very simple old saying. And what I'm talking about is, you know, North American society or Western society is truly run and fully ingrained in oil. We've had, over the course of decades, time, etc., the ability to start to move away from oil or supplement some of what our requirement is with other things, whether that is solar energy, whatever. We just haven't done that. And it's, you know, part of this administration that's come in recently, without getting too deep into it, part of the idea was to continue to revert away from, electric upgrading. And again, now here we are.
All right, real quick, man. I've said these two guys, I appreciate you guys for keeping it, and I can see how you guys are being measured in what you're saying, so that we don't make a bad situation worse by turning it political, man. I appreciate you guys for that, man, so much. And we gotta keep it that way as we keep moving forward. I've already said enough about this. This is insane where we are, and both of y'all's perspective, I can take nuggets out of both of them, and these are thoughts that I've already had. And so the second part is the U.S. just declared itself insolvent. And so for those who don't know exactly what that word means, that means we don't have no money.
That is a very good way of boiling that one down.
You have more liability than you have assets. In a poor man's view, that's a person that went bankrupt.
You're bankrupt.
That's it. You don't have what it takes to do what you need to do in the world, and there's no reason for anybody in the world to really do business with you, and you can't pay your goddamn bills. That just happened. This country was just bankrupt in 14 months. Just went belly up in 14 months. Never happened before.
But and that's part of the frustrating part, because we see where the money's going. You know what I mean? The money's there for things, but it's going
$1 billion a day for this shit.
You know, going in places that is not beneficial for the actual voting people or public or anybody. It's just benefiting a very small few.
Who are those guys?
Other people that ain't us.
Okay, all right.
So, you know, but us are the ones that have to foot the bill, you know, while also going off to, you know, address these theaters of conflict head on, you know, being put in harm's way, you know. So the homeless encampments that we mentioned, you know, for ex-NFL players who may have the CTE, you know, how many veterans of conflicts or wars or goddamn incursions, not excursions for fuck's sake, you know, were also living in encampments like that, because after going, you know, around the world to fight the battles, you know, they're just disregarded, you know, when they come back home after being promised, you know, all these benefits and VA care and all that. They cut the VA and they cut all the benefits and the care, and they wonder why nobody wants to, you know, join the military. So they increase the age, you know, they lower the standards. And it's like we see with our eyes the bullshit that's going on, but the alternative facts that we seem to be living under as a society are very confusing.
We got to keep moving, man, because we're trying to keep this thing somewhere around 5 hours, and we got a lot of stuff to talk about. And I don't want to shorten my bros here or shorten myself in speaking what they see as the truth. And I refuse to do that. And if it takes us however long we have to do it, it's important that we speak to this. It's important. It's more important that we speak to this rather than me trying to keep us to some kind of imaginary line. It's a line, but fuck it. We gotta talk about this, man. And it's more important that my boys get heard, I get heard, and you guys get heard in the chat. And so we're gonna keep going, man. And so the third one, kids, if you want to read that one off and get into that, you can.
Strait of Hormuz is closed to Western nations. Now, man, this was probably the easiest thing for any strategist to see coming. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. You know what I mean? It was pretty straightforward and obvious that this one was coming down the tubes.
Well, first of all, explain what the Strait of Hormuz. Explain the importance of it.
I certainly will. So the Strait of Hormuz, I flunked geography, y'all.
I can help you, bro.
So it's all good. I know enough. I know enough to be dangerous. So the Strait of Hormuz is more or less a body of water that flows along, like, right in front of Iran and into the depths of the Middle East. It is where 90%. It's Persian Gulf. It's where 90% of the world's oil is transported in and out of. Now, I say that there's also the stark reality that trade in general for the Middle East as a whole, for the most part, also occurs via the Strait of Hormuz. Water, food, textiles, technology, weapons, you name it, it's on a boat going back and forth in this area as far as the Middle East is concerned. The upside is that, at least for Iran, the upside is that there is sort of a narrowing of the strait right where Iran is at the top of the strait. So if they say nobody's getting through, nobody's getting through. right? So they've put mines in the water, among many other things. They've spent the last 20 years since the Iraq War and the war in Afghanistan. They've basically been fortifying this area, going, So if anybody's coming down here to get the oil, anybody coming down here to get this oil, we're making sure that both sides of this strait are straight. Okay. So that's, yeah.
Let me jump in real fast.
Yeah.
And this is just something White Ghost just brought up right now. It is
fertilizer.
White Ghost. It is so important this way. And I'm glad that White Ghost, thank you for that, bro. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Because, produce, large amounts of produce is based off of whether or not you can fertilize the ground.
And you mean that on a global tier? So
global tier.
Yeah.
All of it requires oil.
Not only oil, but the oil, the fertilizer components, the nitrogens and such. And also they've destroyed the infrastructure for the liquid natural gas, which, that's the largest reserve in the world over in that part. And something about the Strait of Hormuz that makes it easy to defend as a choke point for Iran is that on the Iranian side, it's a very mountainous region that they've had decades, to put tunnels and shit in, that they can fire their drones, their ballistic missiles, their unmanned underwater vehicles, as well as dropping mines, aside from actual individuals on jet skis or in boats, with RPGs on their shoulders or anything like that. So the choke point, at that point, it's 21 miles wide. The strait is, but the alley that the big tankers can pass through is only 2.5 miles wide, at its deepest point. So that's a very hard, area to be able to go in and out without Iran's permission. And so what's happening now is Iran is dealing with the individual companies who have tankers in the Persian Gulf and who have, business with the Persian Gulf. They're charging basically a toll to pass through. And they're, however many millions of dollars it is, those tankers pass through and they're safe and they keep it moving. But unless the companies or the countries that they want to deal with are paying those fees, ain't nothing moving. And the longer that it stays backed up, the production of those facilities have to shut down because there's no place to put the oil, because the tankers are full that are in port, and the cycle of it keeping moving is stopped because there's no new tankers coming in. So once they shut it down, even if the war stops, it becomes more of an issue because it takes months to get it restarted.
Hey, you know what, Trips? I'm glad you pointed out the fact that of the length and width of the Hormuz Strait. You're talking about 2.5 miles wide. I don't think people can really appreciate how small of a space that is. And you reference, how you can protect it and keep it preserved as people move through there, countries move through there to these ports to grab what they need and go back to wherever they're going, keeping truckers busy and everybody else that have to produce whatever they're producing in whatever part of the world they're producing it in. You choke that off, and we all get to the next thing. And that is rising gas, energy, and grocery prices. Anybody? Go ahead, Trip.
Well, everything goes up because not only the scarcity aspect of the price increases because there's less oil and all liquid natural gas and all those other resources in the marketplace, but the cost of the diesel goes up that the truckers rely on to transport things. And so everything that is in the back of that truck getting transported, that price is going to increase to offset the fuel rising. So even if those products have nothing to do with that area of the world, you're going to pay more. And so that is going up across the board for all products at the same goddamn time. But paychecks ain't.
Paychecks are staying the same, and the dollar is dwindling. You know, to add on to where you're at, insurance. I don't know if any of y'all is in insurance, but like in my opinion, insurance is probably like the greatest scam on the planet Earth. Mind you. Anyways, yeah, they don't want to insure those boats going in there, man. Right? So that means your insurance premium for those boats has now skyrocketed, which you can stack on top of everything Triple R just layered out, as far as cost is concerned. Everything, you know, quoting scrolls here, everything is affected by oil prices across the board. Imagine now that the like this is some of this, like the most foolish stuff I've ever encountered. But imagine that the counter to this is like, hey, y'all can't trade in our dollar anymore. Y'all can't trade your oil, so take that. Well, they don't need your dollar. And this is what's come to light over the course of the last little bit. What's happening now is they're straight up bartering their oil for stuff. I need weapons. Here, just take some oil. Give me some weapons. Oh, okay. We need oil. And it's literally about that simple. They're trading with or without the petrodollar. And if you understand what the petrodollar truly is, it's your buck. And it's more or less what your dollar is based on, what the US dollar is based on, outside of it being, the petrodollar is, you know what I'm saying? So so the dollar was once tied to gold, and you would call that the gold standard. Once you moved away from the gold standard, is now tied to GDP. But gross domestic product is heavily influenced by oil trading, because this is traded in the USD, in US dollars. So once they start trading outside of that US dollar, it's only a matter of time before that dollar starts to really feel it. Making matters worse, that bartering is happening with China. Russia is also in bed to a certain degree, because what Russia has done is they've basically raised the price of their oil to match. So oil across the board is high now, big business, high price.
Pause, kids.
Yeah,
Pause,
buddy.
Kids. I don't know if you saw, but today, kids, Nomad and chat, that because not only the Strait of Hormuz in the Middle East, there's still that war going on with Russia, Ukraine. And I saw that Ukraine bombed the shit out of some Russian oil facilities, and they destroyed a lot of that capacity. So that oil that was going onto the market to help supplement the losses here is not going on the market anymore. So that happened, I think, today. So that's going to increase that price even more.
All right. Let me say this, man. The prices. Listen, there is, if you've heard nothing so far, and I say this to close this part of it out, there's a reason why we decided to do Doomsday Preppers. There's a reason why we're talking about this right now. There's a reason for everything that we do on this show. And, sometimes it's just cool, especially before we got into where we are now. It was just cool to do that segment of the show, because it was just cool shit to talk about. Yeah, I'm thinking about being a prepper. I'm thinking about doing this. I'm thinking about doing that. But the truth about it is, it was all designed because we felt like over here that this is always a potential. This is always a probability. It's always a variation of this is a factor, and it's a domino effect. And if you heard nothing else so far, you heard a domino effect. And that's how this works. And so the next part is the Arab states' energy and water infrastructure are being attacked. That might not sound like anything to somebody in the Western Hemisphere. But these are gas stations out here and crude oil producers. If they go black, we go black. I'm talking about energy wise.
Yeah, because you can't drink the oil as human beings, and they produce a lot of oil over there under the ground. But guess what? They ain't got under the ground water. Fresh drinkable water. So they need those desalination plants to take to process the salt out of the seawater so they can drink it. And not only do you have to drink, hydrate every day as a human being, but they live in a desert. So, you got to hydrate a little bit more. And you need that water to avoid humanitarian crises.
Well said, man. And, the Iranian view of all this is, look, y'all got U.S. bases over there. You guys are buddy, friendly, at least to a certain degree. And if we at war, we can't really afford to have you guys being buddy and deciding to send oil in and around us through the strait. You can't be accepting stuff from other countries in and around the strait. You can't. I'm sorry. It sucks, but that's just facts. You can't business. We're locking this MF down. And that's where things go a little bit sideways for, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, all those other countries, Lebanon, all those other countries in that area. They have to get that water. They have to be able to desalinate, as well as get whatever else they need with respect to regular trade through that strait. So it's a much bigger problem for the entire world than it is just for Iran.
In fact, I would encourage everybody that's listening to the show or watching it, look up or Google the status of the Euphrates River. Into the context of what Kez just got through saying, look up the status of the Euphrates River. And we'll leave that there. But the final thing, and you can tell me if this is something you would consider as subsequent to what we've been talking about or not. But I'll read it. Number 6, 0 new jobs created in the private sector for a quarter. You think that
goes directly to was it somebody's comment, Patrick, I believe, about how the economy right now, the U.S. economy, is totally propped up by AI and these data centers, and the main investors of those are like the countries of Qatar and Saudi Arabia, all that Middle Eastern gas money that we've been giving them for decades. They've been flipping that, not only into the live sports and other sports things, affinity game partners making video games, but they've been flipping it into AI. And that is what the economy has been propped up by, because there is no more manufacturing in this country. We don't make shit. There is no hiring, in this industry or that industry, because they're all closing up because of tariffs or because of offshoring or because of just going bankrupt. So with the issues going on in the Middle East, if they money is being messed up because their oil is being blocked or their infrastructure is being messed up, they no longer will have that money to invest in those data centers and AI, which is the only thing propping up our economy right now.
Domino effect, ain't it?
But
I'm you know what? Hold your breath, kids, because I want you to narrate this one. We'll talk about it afterward. Just read it. Go ahead.
International Energy Association, IEA, Energy Conservation Plan. Here we go. Driving restrictions, flight restrictions, banned gas stove usage, remote work from home, mandatory highway speed. Only one of these things am I even remotely a fan of. But let's
before you go there, I just want to say this before it goes into a place that we don't want it to go. There was there's people calling it a lockdown. and people went crazy with that on the internet, and it turned into real live people acting like donkeys in real time. And I just want to say, man, listen, and I'm going to be a little bit of a devil's advocate here. And I'm talking about human survival, human consumption, and what we can do as people to help this thing. And, you know, I don't disagree with what I'm seeing here on the screen. This is a plan from the IEA that it's being implemented in Europe right now. I think Australia, I might be mistaken about that. I think Australia might be the first one to implement this. And where this gets effed up is because people remember some of this stuff during COVID, and people went absolutely apeshit and turned chaos and turned into chaos when there was no need for it. You know, but wait, before anybody says it, forget I just said that. Let's just stick to what we talked about.
I'll forget that you said it.
Yeah, let's talk about the first point. Driving.
You're a good guy.
Can you be okay with that?
You're a good guy.
Can you be okay with driving restrictions, kids?
Look, given the case scenario at hand, I'm just going to roll this all into a ball as opposed to going one by one here, because, you know, many of them kind of, you know, they all more or less boil down to the same thing. You know, they fucked up the gas, so they don't want us to use gas. About that simple. Whether that's on a plane, on a train, on a bus, on a car. Maybe the bus might be more beneficial because it's mass.
Well, can I break this down a little bit before you go, kids?
Sure.
Just before you go. Here's the idea that's been drawn out by the IEA is they want to restrict people, and not restrict them, but phase driving out and just say your driver's license plate. If it's or driver's license, I don't know if it's plates or license in particular, but if you got an even numbered driver's license or driver's license plate, they want to restrict you to you drive Monday, you drive Wednesday. And this is just an example. And people with odd numbers or names drive on Tuesdays, Thursdays.
That's retarded. Sorry,
not really. Not really. I actually respect this because I do think we use too much energy, and I do think we should kind of depend on each other a little bit, and maybe carpool so that everybody's not driving.
Look, first off, like, who's this IEA and where did they come from? I've never heard of the IEA before this
It's
minute.
been around for a while, brother.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It takes a while to plan something like this out, right? So, in these situations, yes, it sucks, but because we won't have access to oil, or at least access to the level of gas that we're used to, we will have to be forced to make concessions. Just be real about this. So, to that degree, I'm in agreement.
Hey, kids, let me ask you a question. Have you know who George Orwell is?
Of course I do. Yeah.
One of his more famous quotes is, "Out of chaos comes control."
Ha.
And so when people receive these kinds of information as this, they create chaos. They create chaos, and that only helps the people who want control. And so this is something to me that's feasible, understandable, and practical.
I'm not sure if you understood.
It's practical.
I'm not sure if you understood that quote.
I understood that quote completely.
And I'm going to give you the other side of that quote.
If you think of it in another way, I'm just using it in reference to what we're talking about with driving.
I love George Orwell, whether it's Animal Farm or 1984. End of the day, what he was referring to is that they will use chaotic situations like this in order to steal power and control over the masses. That's exactly what this is. That's what WHO did too. Shit was crazy. Shit hit the fan. Shit was wild. So they stole control and implemented it. And when they did, the first time around was just sort of a test. Hey, like, can we do this from way over here in WHO land, which is wherever, I don't know where they get together. And can we push these mandates out across the land, across the world, and force people to do shit the way we want it to be done? And they did. It worked. We all put masks on. We all did all the stuff they told us to do. And the case Sarah, we made it out of COVID. So one way of looking at it is that this was great. Go WHO. You guys did a great thing. The other way of looking at it is that the masses, the people, have now become accustomed to simply bowing down to the powers that be. And this is the problem.
Okay, this is going to take a long ass time, man.
I'm sorry. We're gonna sit around and let the government, for lack of a, without me getting deep into who's, what's, when's, and where's.
Please don't.
We're gonna sit around and allow the government to destroy our way of life because they can. And while doing so, we're going to take direction from a nameless, faceless entity who's going to tell us how to live.
Well, there's a lot of truth to that, and I understand the control factor, but then also get to the point when can an emergency just be an emergency, as opposed to being some nefarious act.
Exactly.
When it's like, all right, well, what happened during just COVID, for example, because that's when we're talking about here. It's all right, some sickness, we don't know what it is, a lot of people are dying, we don't really know what it is, let's shut stuff down till we kind of figure it out. And it's like, we don't, all right, wear a mask, it's inconvenient, but it's really no big deal. But then there's that segment of the population that do not want to be told what to do not want to be infringed upon whatsoever. But then there's the point that we live in a society and not everybody can do what the hell you want to do whenever the hell you want to do it. There has to be some sort of
cooperation
rules that we all agree to live by. And if there's an emergency and we're not sure, it's like, okay, I will inconvenience.
So hold on. So
hold on, Kez, because this is going to take way too much time.
I really didn't finish my point. Go ahead.
Let her finish, man, because you got too much to say.
All right, so there are times where it's like, yes, the man, quote unquote, is the perpetrator of things, but then there are also times where shit just happens.
And this is what I was trying to get to, right? Yeah. So if we're using COVID as a litmus test,
we're not using it as a litmus test, man. Let's keep going past.
Just let me finish for a second. Don't worry. Calm down.
All right. I know you, man. I know you how you are.
Don't you worry, brother. I got you. So if we're using that as the litmus test, let's just say, for instance, that was all accidental and we did what we had to do to get out of it. So there's your example, right? This is not accidental. This is purposeful. This was all done by choice. So do we just, do we just abide by this? Well, this is the difference between potentially an accidental virus popping up on the scene and wreaking havoc on the planet versus a government causing all of these problems.
Well, how do you know the difference? Can I say this, man? And I'm trying to be quiet while y'all are giving your thoughts to what this is. And we're just talking about driving restrictions. We haven't even gotten into flight restrictions. We got to get to.
It's all kind of the same thing.
But it's all the same thing.
I mean, let me just say this, man. Let me just say this. There is people that are devil's advocate. There are people that just blindly abide by anything. And there are people in the world like myself. And I fashion you two guys as people that have good righteous discernment. of what is and can tell the difference between this or that. In this case, I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about 2020 and none of that shit.
Cool.
I'm talking about right here, right now. To me, given the circumstances of what we're looking at, I'm talking about all what we talked about previously to the screen we're looking at right now. To me, it makes nothing but sense to really, really use proper discernment here. And don't turn this into chaos, because that's exactly what they're looking for. The people that you think are the enemy and I think are the enemy, and they are rich ass people, billionaires that have way too much and hoard all that money and resources, are really dependent on everybody to be chaotic and be separate of each other.
No.
And that's what, let me finish, man. I'll let y'all talk. We got to make sure that we use proper discernment. And if it makes sense to use driving restrictions and pull up to go to work, if you have to go to work, if you got to take flights, if you don't have to take flights, don't fucking take them. Guess what? Your trip to Aruba, your normal trip to Belize, your normal trip to Costa Rica that you take every fucking year. Guess what? That was a privilege. That was a privilege. And guess what? Under the circumstances, if you want to be cooperative with the populace that may not have that opportunity, guess what? Take that on the chin. Take that shit on the chin. And let me keep it moving, kids, because this shit can go on and on. But when you get to the point where this next part comes in, where it says ban gas stove usage, take that to heart too. And if you can't, you can't. But the people that can, like me, my house is set up to receive gas, piping, and electric. I have an electric stove as well as a big gas stove. I don't have to use my gas stove. But for the people that have only gas stoving in their homes, please start thinking about some options now and go electric, because that's going to help everybody, not just you.
Yeah,
And
but
so
here's the thing:
preaching. I'm
if
preaching
you
to
are a
everyone, not
renter,
just-
if you are a renter, you ain't buying your appliances. So, that's up to your landlord or your management company to do that. But if things supply chain wise became insolvent for gas, we as a people will adapt and evolve. And now it's like all of the gas stoves and ranges will be replaced by electric. That will take time, but we will get it done. But in the interim, yeah, find alternative methods of preparing food.
And okay, let's get to the next one. There should be no opposition to, if you can, work from home. I think that's not being a devil's advocate. That's just good common sense and good discernment. That makes sense to me. If you can work from home, you work from home. That right or wrong?
Oh yeah, if you can.
That was the one restriction that I was actually in favor for.
Of course you are.
Well, but remember, there are also people
wouldn't.
who are very lonely, and they need that interaction. And so, outside of school now, work is their interaction. So, they would consider remote working from home as a punishment.
Well,
isolation wise.
Let me speak to that, because we saw a lot of that during the last time we had a crisis in the country. And I saw that in real time because I work in mental health. And I want to say this really quick before we move. Let me tell you something. What I found out about people is that most people's lives are just a mirage. Whatever you think they are and whatever they tell you they are, whatever they think of themselves is just bullshit. Most people don't like their home life. And because they did not like it, they oppose vehemently having to be at home and be amongst their people. And so they could not take it. And so what did they do? Go out to restaurants, they went out to bars. No, fuck. They could not stand being alone because they're miserable. Expose a whole lot of people in the world. especially in this country. It exposed a bunch of people. And actually, I was happy for that. I feel sorry for the people that have serious mental issues, that have a problem with actually being at home. But if you just some normal schmo and can't stand your family and you use being outside and being amongst people to put a facade over that, man, you can kiss my ass. I don't got no remorse for that. You need to be at home and deal with the mirror. That's you and your family. Don't make excuses for people. And so the last part is mandatory. Hold on. The mandatory highway speed. Now that's kind of, everybody would say, all right, we already got speed limits. And now they're saying, okay, if you're going to be on the road, your particular day to be on the road, now we need you to drive this certain speed. And would you understand where they're coming from with that? Is that practical to you all?
Yeah. Like, again, all of this is practical, in my opinion. I'm not saying they're asking us to do wild and crazy shit. I'm just saying that the more the mass public bends to the control arm, the further they're going to push us. So that's all I'm saying. Are all these things feasible requests in an oil crisis? Absolutely. And I don't really have problems with any one of these. Remote work, as you're saying, no problem. I actually work remotely. Part of the benefit of doing that after you do it for a while is that you realize that, like, every day you're spending money, gas, etc., to go to a building and leave a building. That's just gasoline wasted for no good reason. And after a while, you're like, wait a second, like, why do I even need a car? So the idea of 15-minute cities, it's an idea that's been out there for a while. This is why governments are starting to lean towards this. So you can get all the shit you need within your area. You don't really have to go on the highway and burn down that gas. Hence the mandatory highway speed, right? That's it's all feasible. It all makes sense. Same token, I'm not with it from a governmental perspective because they fucked this shit up in the first.
Well, hold on, kids, man. You come on, man. We gotta keep it moving.
Facts.
I understand I understand where you're going. I'm talking to you. Said it right when you said it's feasible. And
it is.
Possible. Let's just leave it there so that people, when this does come, and everything starts in Europe or in other parts of the world, when it hits us here in North America, so that people don't overreact to it and turn it into chaos that in the end perpetuates what the people we don't want in power to have. Power. If you overreact to it by overthinking this shit and be like, oh, I don't want the people, you're overthinking it. Is it rational? Does it make sense? Is it practical or not? From that premise, leave it there. And this all makes sense to me.
I gotta say this. In doing so, you are signaling that these maneuvers and machinations that led us to this emergency were correct. We're abiding by the fact that the powers that be screwed everything up.
Yeah, that's a whole other conversation, kids.
It's a big conversation.
We will set it up, man. You guys did well here, but it turns into much longer, much deeper reflection. And so let's just leave that there. Let's just leave that right where it is. Hold on for a second while I turn my mouse on because it went dead. Kids, I know you well enough to know that this is deep. It's very deep. And so we'll just leave that alone right where it is. And we got to go to another part of the show. And that is this. it's going to be a whole lot less talking here. I'm just going to play this for you all. And then we're going to follow it up with a little something else. But I want you guys to listen to this.
Eventually, he says, well.
And by the way, let me close the screen out and read the premise to this. Give me a second. This is Ronald Reagan Secretary of Energy, John Harrington, reportedly cried every day after being briefed about UFOs per Hollywood director who spoke with him. And this is somebody he knew really, really well. He was close to him and his family, like close to his daughters, close to his whole family. He said, let me just get to it, man. He's really, really close to this cat and he knows him. Just listen to this.
To get the job, I had to be briefed, and I went and lived in an underground facility in West Virginia for a number of months. And every night, when after they would brief me, I would cry myself to sleep. Mm-hmm. And yeah, and that, that line still haunts me. Very good family friend, somebody that I looked up to, was a real role model for me. I guess he was advance man for Reagan in his campaign in 1980. When Reagan got elected, he had a special appointment in the Reagan administration, and he had moved his family from the West Coast, where we both grew up, to the East Coast, and was living in a place called Langley Farms, Virginia. And he asked me and a couple friends to drive his 2 cars and his dog and some stuff they left in the garage across the country. Now, I had just graduated from high school. This was 1981. I was about to go to UCLA. We had a crazy road trip. I don't even know how we survived it. That's a whole different story. But when we got to his house, the first night that he came home from work, he arrived in a black Lincoln Town car with a whole kind of Secret Service escort and a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist. And, I had never seen him in this capacity. He was a lawyer when I was growing up, a very successful lawyer. But now he was being treated, like a high-ranking official in the government,
So he's telling the story of how this guy used to be. He's a well-paid lawyer, got involved with the U.S. government, and the government gave him certain access and responsibility. And he's talking about how he's seen this guy physically, emotionally, spiritually change based off the decision that he made to be a part of the U.S. government and what he learned. But it gets better.
It was both exciting and confusing to me. So cut to, we have dinner, everyone catches up. He has 2 daughters that I grew up with that were a little younger than me. And it's like a family reunion for me because I haven't seen them in years. After dinner, he wants to just catch up with me. So the 2 friends that I have, they're very interested in the 2 daughters, so that they have things to do. And this person, his name is John Harrington, and I go out onto the back veranda. And, there was a couple really interesting things. When we were growing up, he was a strict Calvinist, if I remember. So, he didn't drink, he didn't swear. He was a man of high character and integrity. But he was also really fit. And when I saw him, he looked very haggard. He looked very run down, like he was carrying a lot of weight emotionally. And he also brought a bottle of Jim Beam out to the backyard and was pouring himself drinks as we were talking. And I got the sense that
he's talking about the change now. Upstanding man, just living a regular life, gets too deeply involved with the government. He's talking about the physical changes that he saw and witnessed. This is somebody close to him. It gets better.
This was a guy that, as I said, was burdened. He whatever he was doing was weighing heavily on him. So we start to talk, we catch up, and at some point I ask him, well, what is his new job? And he quickly explains he can't really say. It's classified. He's working for the president. And I keep pushing. And eventually he says, well, to get the job, I had to had to be briefed. And I went and lived in an underground facility in West Virginia for a number of months. And every night, you know, after they would brief me, I would cry myself to sleep. Mm-hmm. And yeah, and that, you know, that line still haunts me, because this is a man that I couldn't imagine crying once, let alone every night. And, you know, of course I said, well, why? I don't understand. What would cause you to cry yourself to sleep every night? And his response, you know, was really startling. He said, this is not the world I thought I was bringing my daughters into. Mm. And, you know, again, I'm sure most people listening to this are older than 18, but when you're 18 years old and you hear those type of statements, there's no frame of reference. Like this is all very kind of staggering ideas. And so I pushed back and I said, well, okay, I need to know something because I'm like a son to you, aren't I? Like, well, right. What is this world that I've been brought into? I need some answers. So I pushed and eventually he hit on something interesting. He said, you know, when you were growing up, I remember you were into science fiction and comic books and stuff. And so I can tell you one thing, aliens are real, they're here, and I've seen them.
And we'll leave that there. Give me a second. Put us on the screen. What'd you guys think about that? Did you find it at all credible?
I don't know how to take that. You know?
Okay.
I have no idea what it means.
You know what I mean? He's a dude who's talking about another dude, and that dude says that he's seen aliens. Right. How tangible is this?
All right. Well, I'll go somewhere where it'll be a little bit more tangible to you.
Okay.
Anybody that feels like you can read it.
Alien.Gov. Aliens clearly have their own website. Overview: Alien.Gov and Aliens.Gov are domains registered by the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, GISA.
CISA.
CISA? Oh, okay, my bad. In March 2026, intended for the potential government disclosure of UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and extraterrestrial files. The site likely to be managed by Homeland Security as placeholders for declassified information.
That read the date again.
Date? March 2026. That was like that's right now.
Mm-hmm. And so when we talk about this UAP phenomenon, when we talk about the UFO phenomenon, and everybody wants to quickly say, hey, it's a lot of crazy shit out there, kids, and trips, no doubt. It's a lot of crazy out there. And let's just say 95% of it you can't really pay a whole lot of attention to because it's nothing. It's just people out here just hyped up on the phenomenon itself. And then there are things that really happen. Things that really happen and things that have merit. I'm saying that what you see on the screen is real and it has merit. This is what it is. This is what the U.S. government did. What does that mean to you?
You don't want my answer, so I'm not going to answer. Trip, go ahead. Definitely don't want my answer.
Yeah. Get your ass to Mars. I don't know. I mean, what are you? Just some dude talking about another dude in a website. Okay,
got to right on time.
Yeah, there it is. So I don't know. I mean, I really don't think anything of it.
Okay.
Bigger than Epstein distraction. Fine, I will speak on this. Bigger than Epstein distraction. Why do you think they're pumping money into AI so heavily? Anybody ever asked that question?
I'll
To
say
help
that.
you write emails, you motherfucks.
All right, easy now.
I'm just letting y'all know, man. I'm just letting y'all know. This has been, God.
I'll tell you what I know, kids, versus what I presume to be truth. This is what I know. This government will do anything, and Western governments and some of the people alike will do anything to maintain power and control. And so if it's I would say this.
You're right.
Wait, because we're going to talk about Project Bluebeam, and I'm giving you guys an insight to one of the shows that's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. Look up Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam describes exactly what I'm about to tell you. I think there's going to be a fluff that's going to come into the public view, in the public sphere, that everybody's going to bite. And the real shit's going to be going on behind the scenes, kind of. And so I think these people have enough power, they have enough technology, holographic technology will fool you. When you get up in the morning, you see something in the sky, or you see things around you. Holographic technology will effing fool you. And so this Alien.Gov thing is just something that this administration did, bought a domain, and they intend, in my opinion, to make money off of this. However it goes, they intend to bankroll this. And so I'm telling you all, my particular perspective of it is don't bite the first move. It's going to be a pump fake. It's what I'm saying. Anybody disagrees with that, you go ahead, but that's my perspective on it with everything I see here on the screen.
Well, bigger than a pump fake. They need to continue. Like, I have to tread lightly here. They're going to continue to push a very specific narrative that they've been pushing for the longest time, and that narrative keeps the government in power. It keeps the people in power. All right. And in order to do so, especially given what we've seen over the course of this year alone, we've seen some wild stuff in some wild files about some wild people, which should throw everything that you know as far as good and evil into question. And if it doesn't, you don't know what I'm talking about, and you're slipping. Those things being said, guarantee you, they're plotting to put something in the sky, whether it's utilizing holograms or utilizing AI, to make it look and seem like aliens do exist. And they're going to run with that narrative, and they're going to release documentation and information to, again, support that narrative. And that will become the new religion. So just mark my words. And when it happens, remember Kez the Canuck told you.
Well, but the only thing is, why would quote unquote aliens become the new religion when there's who's gonna worship other religions or people that really don't give a shit about religion?
Both.
Well, I'll give
the answer is both. Right?
Y'all kind of talking about Project Bluebeam, and we're jumping ahead of time, and we're going to talk about that, and some of what both of y'all are talking about is there. A lot of what y'all are talking about is there in Project Bluebeam, and that's a whole other conversation. But this is real. Alien.gov is real. It's been put out there. They've registered as a domain name. And so what we know is they plan to do something with the classified documents that they have. And how we react to it is what I'm bringing into question. How are we going to react to this?
You heard me. All right, because if they can put some level of validity into this, that then throws into question all the other stuff, right? And that's somewhat of a counter answer to what Tripp was asking. This counters that, and this will have followers like Quatu. Quatu will believe in this full force and suggest we all go to Mars and live some sort of happily ever after when Mars is clearly controlled by Washington. He-Man's uncle.
I don't know. I don't know. Whatever.
Let me read it.
I did watch Project Hail Mary, and that was a pretty cool space flick. But other than that, I got really no opinion.
Well, let me just read it again. This is an overview. Alien.Gov and aliens.gov are domains registered by the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, in March 2026, intended for the potential government disclosure of UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and extraterrestrial files. The site, likely to be managed by Homeland Security as placeholders for declassified information. And so basically, with the addition of artificial intelligence, we are able to, it helps you disseminate what the moves are. It does. And I know everybody doesn't agree with AI all the time, and there's questions to that. But what I'm just putting on here on the screen is what actually happened. And so all the talk about UAPs, UFOs, there's obviously some kind of truth there that they want to declassify, and how they want to control that narrative is what we're seeing on the screen. It's about control of the narrative. That's what I'm seeing. I don't know what y'all seeing.
I'm seeing Patrick Higgins' question, which is the biggest question of the night. Why now?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
Control of the narrative. They know it's
the narrative is gone. The narrative
they know it's going to be spoken to. They know it's going to be.
Hold on a second.
And they want control of that narrative.
But they ultimately do control the narrative. They've said nothing about UAPs and
if there is the existence of aliens. So if aliens just popped up on, if you just looked up tomorrow and you seen a big ass ship in your sky,
you're missing my
wait, hold on. Let me finish before you say I'm missing your point. Let me say that if you saw that, minus what you're seeing on the screen, that ship in the air would control the narrative versus what you're seeing on the screen. This is an attempt to control that narrative.
To control a non-existent narrative that they've been controlling for decades, if it exists?
To control a narrative that you haven't seen yet, that they think you will see, is what I'm saying to you.
So basically, he's saying that some ship is going to show up in the sky, and they want to get ahead of it by putting out this website and stuff.
I'm sorry, it's super funny. It's the opposite of that. They're putting the ship in the sky. They already control this narrative. They don't have to tell us anything. They never have. Why would the question again comes back to why now? If they've never if Area 51 exists and shit fell down in Roswell in 1950-ish, they've given us nothing except for a couple of imaginary films. Why in 2026 March are they building a website for shit they've been holding down lock and key for almost 100 years?
Well, one of the reasons that I've heard actually about aliens is when they were interviewing Trump when he was running for office, and he was talking about declassifying files, the quote unquote Epstein files. We see what fiasco that is, but he also mentioned JFK and aliens. So this could just be the the follow-up from his declassification of whatever alien files they are. It's just, the government's just saying, all right, we're going to put it under Alien.Gov. So whatever files that they do have, Area 51, Roswell, or whatever he's declassifying will go under these domains and not necessarily new info.
Right. But again, why now?
Well, because it's something that he spoke on, and it's also a distraction from that other thing.
Thank you. Now we're getting closer to the actual answer. This is all the distraction from the other things that are going on. They need this distraction. It's kind of important because this distraction leads people away from other things.
Other real life on the planet things that can be proven.
There you go.
And people can go to prison for a long time that they want to avoid.
How about this? Let me get this off the screen. I'm not even listening to you, motherfucker.
I'm just saying, bro.
It don't even matter to me what y'all talking about. But let's get this on the screen. Let me share my screen real quick. Give me a second. Let's just look at this. I believe we looked at it one time, but maybe not. Let me blow it up.
What did you steal?
Secrets. The data they paid me to protect.
Are they people?
No.
Good morning, Kansas City. Let's take a look at today. Today is today's.
Do you understand what she's saying?
I hear it's gibberish. I can't understand it.
And I can.
What's happening to me?
People are starved for the truth. I'm a part of it now. I'm just sorry they made you a part of it too.
Hello, Jane. Please, have a seat.
This 79-year terror campaign of lies has to end.
What are you gonna do?
Full disclosure to the whole world.
That truth will upend all established order across the entire world. If you do this, there's no undoing it.
I got one thing to tell y'all. If you're ever any kind of unsure about what's going on around you, first thing I would tell you to do is pay attention to animals. Because animals have their first instinct in front of them. Just put that there before I talk about some other shit later on, but keep it going.
Why would they do this?
When the time is right, everything will become clear.
Whatever happens,
Don't you let go.
I only laugh because of all of the different marketing aspects that they went with this thing. It's kind of a mashup, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and then the name of, Independence Day, but not. So, it's a Steven Spielberg joint, big cinema, sound stages, CGI, compelling story, with remnants of the quote unquote truth as the government, and kids as boys, try and cover everything up, keeping the status quo and control, versus the enlightened few who can communicate and now they're the hunted ones. I mean, so it's a story and a movie that's been told many times in different forms. So I mean, yeah, it's cool.
You sound like a white girl. It's
oh my God. Gag me with the spoon.
It's that. It's not believable. It's this. It's come on, man. In concert with what we just put on the screen, man. Come on, man.
It's not like it's a documentary.
Is timing not relevant in the day and life that I don't think anything's a coincidence, man. I'm one of them people.
Well, I mean, you look at, like I mentioned, Hail Mary, blockbuster space movie coming out, and now another blockbuster space movie coming out. I wouldn't be surprised if there's another blockbuster space movie coming out.
Yay. All right. That's my take on what I think I'm talking about. I'm talking about putting 2 and 2 together. Everything that's happened. That happened in March of this year. We're in that month. And this movie is coming out in a couple months. I don't think anything is a coincidence. I think Steven Spielberg is connected, very connected. I know he is, to everything going on. And he happens to be in a different realm of what's going on around us. And that happens to be Hollywood. That happens to be TV. That happens to be movies. All of this stuff, in my opinion, it's not disconnected. You can tell me something different, but that's the way I see it.
No, you're probably right. It's probably connected. Mind you, in what capacity? To what end?
That's the question.
This is where my headspace is. And what we've learned over the course of this year, Hollywood ain't super duper above board. They're not good folks. So, a lot of the time we look towards this government and we look towards Hollywood for the answers. They've been lying to us forever. I'm not so sure there's any reason for them to stop.
I'm sure there is.
Huh?
I'm sure there is.
There's a reason for them to stop lying to us. I'd like to hear that.
At this point, no, there is no reason for them to stop. It's been successful for them for all these years. We're talking about in that realm you're talking about.
I'm talking about it all in many aspects, sir.
They've been producing this kind of content for 120 years at least, whether it be in black and white, whether it be flicker films and whatever they're doing to distract people from. People need to be. I think people need to be entertained. They need to be occupied with something to keep their minds off of what's really going on around them. And then when you graduate the technology, the writing, and societies to a point where you can actually really, really message in filmmaking and TV shows, you can be very oblivious about it, or you can be knowledgeable about it. I think that's where we are. I think you can see what it is, or you cannot.
Yeah, but that's where Red Baron's comment. The movies, Hollywood mixes a little bit of the truth with a bunch of lies and a little bit of fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a tad of truth.
That's what I'm trying
how
to get
big
at.
is it? How
That's
much
what
is
I'm trying to get at. That's exactly what I'm trying to get at. It's your discernment that determines whether you see something, some truth in something, or some BS in something. There's always underlying messages in everything you see. It's whether or not you see it.
Well said. Very, very true. And it is, whether your eyes are open to see it or not. And I definitely see what they're cooking, and I understand why it is. I'll leave that for y'all's discernment to determine what it actually is. But I'm well aware, and I really hope that that the rest of the world becomes aware on that level and understands what the purpose of all this is.
You know what, Kaz? This is not. We don't live in a society that I necessarily grew up in, where you had to go really research and just go out of your way to find information. Like the internet is the greatest ally we have and the greatest inhibitor we have all at the same time.
Yeah.
And you can go out there and be hungry for knowledge and information and understanding and completely just put your mind
a rabbit hole somewhere.
You can put your mind in a blender because you can't discern what's right and what's not.
Yeah.
That's the danger.
It is. And that's also the purpose.
And out of chaos comes control.
That's exactly right.
And so, all right. Any last thoughts about what we just got through looking at? But I thought it was significant enough to point out here on the show.
Looks like a dope ass movie. I'll probably go see it in the summer. But outside of that, my level of trust in Hollywood and the powers that be, whether we're talking about your government or mine, have pretty much eroded. Don't believe these motherfuckers. That's me.
All right. Guess what we got to do?
What?
We got to talk about a couple of movies, man. Go ahead and start, man. I know both of y'all seen this movie.
Oh, yeah. We're looking at on the screen here Martin Scorsese picture, Goodfellas, starring Bobby De Niro, Joe Pesci, and Ray Liotta. Old school decades of life in the mafia film. It's a classic. It's the anti-heroes, the victims, yet the perpetrators, the backstabbery, the corruption within that life is a damn good movie.
Can I say this, man? And I think we're living in such a patriarchal society where guys just run everything and they are corrupt. Let's just say that. And I'm not saying that women would be any different. I'm just saying that you have to put the finger where it belongs. Guys run the society. This is a patriarchal society coming out of Italy. These are Italians. And mafioso comes out of it. And I just want to say this, I'm talking about the actors in this show. The girl that plays Ray Liotta's girlfriend, to me, is the more impressionable person in this movie, besides Joe Pesci. Take it for what it's worth. I think she was really good.
His wife or his girlfriend?
The girlfriend.
Okay.
Oh, the wife too. She played a good role too. It was believable, really believable. Both of those ladies were good. And why y'all get quiet, man? That's the truth.
So I'm gonna tell you why I got quiet. So this movie, unfortunately for me, and Casino bleed into each other, and I can never remember which one is which or what happens in what movie at all. And the reason for that is I watched both these movies back to back while I was on
I'm glad you said that, Kez. I might have bled my interpretation of what I just saw into both of them movies.
I'm just
because the whole wife girlfriend part was Casino.
That's right, what I was about to say, right? So that's why I kind of paused. I actually just pulled up the film to try and make sure which one is which, because I I watched these two movies back to back while I was on codeine because I just had all four of my wisdom teeth pulled. So I can never really separate them from each other. They're literally married to each other, and I try to figure out, is this the one where De Niro is the the Jewish guy? And I'm like, no,
that's
this is Casino.
The Jew, that's Casino.
That's Casino. So this one, now I'm lost.
This is the one where they're the mafia families.
I never really thought about what he just said. They do bleed into each other.
They do.
Yeah, because it's a lot of the same premise, a lot of the same actors, a lot of the same storyline, but different movies.
Yeah.
In the same era.
Wow. You are right, man. This is the same movie, but golly, that's right.
Like right down to like Joe Pesci being a jerk in both films, down to like there's a lot of similarities in these movies that make it impossible for me to peel one from the other.
Ray Liotta plays the character of being kind of dumb and goofy while being manipulative.
Scorsese thought he had something here, man. You're right, man. I never thought about that.
He did have something in both these movies. I love both these films, but again, in retrospect, I cannot separate one from the other. I don't know how. They just exist as one film for me. It's a good movie. You know what I mean? It's a good, both of them rolled into a ball. Good film, super dope film. But
I think it's more if you the actual storyline to where the Goodfellas is about the Lufthansa hijacking and the story along with that and the characters related and the accomplices, whereas Casino, the name, is Vegas. It's like, oh yeah, that's where Joe Pesci was the enforcer with his crew out burying people in the desert, and De Niro was the Jew making the money, and then he had to leave that position, and then he was on TV. So I mean, once you differentiate the storylines, it's easy to separate the movies. But just thinking back a few decades, they're very similar.
All right, you know what, man? Sharon Stone was good in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
She was. But I definitely I got the two movies mixed up, and that's to credit to kids to notice how well that shit blends together, because it's kind of the same movie, but in a different era, a different perspective. It was, man, he's on point when he said this shit bleeds together. That was right. Oh my God, now you got me thinking about it totally different, man. But again, good movie. I just imagine all the time whenever I watch this movie, and I've watched it probably 12 times at least, and I know a lot of people watch it more. But what if Joe Pesci was a black dude? I always thought that.
What if he was a what?
If he was a black dude.
He'd be Sherman Hemsley.
Yeah, well, the gangster.
Sherman Hemsley, come on, man. He'd be
Samuel. Less Deacon, more gangster.
It'd be Samuel.
Yeah, short in stature, loud, funny, but very abrasive.
Abrasive, obnoxious.
No filter.
Spike Lee?
No.
Nah.
Spike Lee just short. He's not abrasive and obnoxious and a general. Like when Sherman, like this is what I'm saying. When Sherman Hemsley walk in the room, Sherman Hemsley's there.
How about a Sherman Hemsley, or how about a gangster Mike Epps?
Well, okay, or we could go even Cat Williams.
Yeah,
if that was Samuel L. Jackson. Come on, man. What would that movie been?
No, Sam Jackson too cool, man.
No, he's explosive like that.
See, Sam Jackson would be more the De Niro character, I would think.
Nah, he's more explosive like Joe Pesci. Motherfucker, what I tell you. He's
black. But that was the dark side of De Niro being the boss in that family. Having to make those calls, and it's like, yeah, go ahead and go in that store and go ahead and get the stuff that fell off the truck.
Hey,
go ahead.
Trips, I think it's the violence that really set this movie apart with Pesci, with how vicious he was. With
Is this the one where he beats the dude with the
yeah, he beat
with
the
phone
with the phone receiver.
He beat the dog shit out of him.
See, I thought that was Casino.
See, and like just to make things even worse, Patrick, Sharon Stone isn't in this movie.
No, Sharon Stone's in Casino.
That's right. She's in Casino, not this one. Just showing how much these movies bleed to each other. Missy's saying 50 Cent, maybe, which is not crazy. Even 50 doesn't have that like
that certain je ne sais quoi as a joke.
It's just raging jerk. And that's why I'm saying, like, when Sherman Hemsley comes stomping in the room with his arms swinging behind him, you know Sherman Hemsley's there, and his mouth is running the whole time.
Talking about Weezy.
Kids, what I think you get it wrong is you thinking about Joe Pesci and his stature, and what stature brought to the show because he's so small.
It's an important part of it because it's like Napoleon syndrome. If you follow, sometimes folks who are undersized, like I've met a few, I have friends who are undersized and they are a bloody pit bull, and you kind of need to be like, man, you're gonna get us blasted. You need to shut up. You need to calm down. You're gonna get us into some situations where we don't necessarily have to be in because you're running your mouth and you don't know when to be quiet. And that's the type of person that Joe Pesci is in these movies. Same token, it's the type of person that like Sherman Hemsley is very similar. Again, just not gangster. I'm trying to think of somebody else who's just a pit bull. And Cat Williams isn't a pit bull. He's got the mouth for it, but like he's just not that abrasive. Like,
it's a lot of dudes. It's a lot of little dudes that can play that role. It's a lot of little dudes. But
I love the way he plays that role. He does it better than most.
I think Patrick is right. He says when Nomad said the girlfriend, I knew he was mixed up. I am. I do have those. Kev was definitely right, man.
Bro, that's why I was like, and I had to go and open the website and be like, wait a minute, is this one? This one's not Casino though. You know what I mean?
Now I gotta go re-examine both of those motherfuckers because of that.
They're both great movies, and again, I personally think, everybody loves Robert De Niro, and Ray Liotta is a great actor. Rest in peace, Ray Liotta. I have to say, I feel like Joe Pesci kind of stole the show in both of these films. For me, I think he stole the show in both of these films.
Well, I mean, I think for who Joe Pesci is, my cousin Vinny.
I was just going, brother. I was kind of thinking that role too, or even his role in Lethal Weapon of all things. He kind of
comic relief.
You know what I'm saying? He kind of comes in and is just that loud, obnoxious little guy. Like, I don't know, man. Gotta love Joe Pesci at the end of the day.
All right, we got one more to get to, man. We're gonna end on a more lighter note. Probably one of the best movies ever put together. Talking about character actors.
See?
I'm the pappy.
This
is Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence in the movie Life. Ensemble cast. Rest in peace, Bernie Mac. Amongst others. But the story was 1920s, 30s, or whatever. A couple guys from the north go down south, get arrested. Caught up into some stuff, and end up in a work camp for the rest of their lives, and hilarity ensues.
I think let's start here, Tristan kids. Why did this movie hit people of color so tough and not really land very well outside of the comedic bits that ended up in social media that people really, really love? But why didn't this movie do as well as it should have? Because it was, you talking about I don't think I've seen a better selection of character actors in my life other than Harlem Nights.
Bokeem Woodbine can't get right.
I think the three of us can admit, though, right off the bat, that this movie is nowhere near as funny as some of his other films. I think this movie is, I'm serious. I think this movie is a little bit, some of the content in this movie is a little bit serious and it's humorous.
It is prison.
You know what I mean? It is pretty, like, it's humorous. They take
it wasn't funny as some of his other movies.
Brother, I'm gonna have to say that Coming to America is so much more funny than this particular film.
Wait, Coming to America, you think is more funny than this?
Without a shadow of a doubt, yes.
Oh,
S-O-F capital T, soft.
I have to say it. My boy is standing on the "fuck you dudes" on the balcony. There's so many things in Coming to America that, you know, your royal penis is clean, sir. Come on. There's so many things in Coming to America that.
So you saying
glow?
Basically, you saying a younger, basically,
brother. Come on now.
Basically, you saying as a younger Eddie Murphy and his style of, he didn't put that together.
Well, no, I think the subject matter is a far more serious tone in life because it's dealing with them being, you know, locked up in prison for life, as opposed to Coming to America. You know, he came to sow his royal oats.
Exactly.
You know, a lot of one-liners, a lot of you know, what do you call those? When famous people come in and do you know, scenes, just one scene, to whereas, you know, in this life movie, we had to watch, you know, people get old and pass away, and that's kind of sad.
And then when in jail, you gotta deal with these type of motherfuckers.
Out of Pepe.
You gonna eat your cornbread? Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Like I said, it's a funny movie. They find a way to take what's technically, you know, a serious situation for both of these guys, and they find some humor in that, and I appreciate it. Tons of cameos. That's right, Missy. Tons of cameos.
Thank you.
Lots of good folks in there, but that's to me, that's debatable, man. I love the Beverly Hills Cop series. It's a fantastic series of films, super funny, but in my opinion, I lean towards Coming to America as his funniest movie of them all. I still quote Coming to America on a regular basis, and people just don't notice.
And then
if I tell you to F you too, it is because of that scene.
And then I also enjoyed Coming to America more just for the levity of it all, and seeing, you know, Eddie playing the prince, you know, son of a king, as opposed to life where all the inmates, you know, are subjugated, you know, on this work farm.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, that kind of sucks, especially during that time. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's funny and shit, but it ain't funny.
Well, they found humor in there. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
Found some humor
I can see how some African person, natural born African person, can be offended by Coming to America.
They should be. It was fucking offensive, which is half the reason why it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Nah.
King Joffrey.
Do you think when they the kingdom with the wild animals running through?
we gotta layer another perspective there. You cannot do that and then not layer another perspective there.
You did, and I'm just saying, he's a black man. He can make fun of black people. I think that's fair. I think that's fair game. And you know what would be dope? Like the opposite film. If they went the other way and went to Africa.
It's uncool in some parts of the world.
Eddie Murphy, if you're watching, run with it. I know you could run with that. Do the opposite. Send your kid.
No, you don't, Eddie. Don't do it for our entertainment.
I'm telling you, he could. I'm telling you, he could crush that. It would be an actually hilarious film. It's just fish out of water at the end of the day. but yeah, I love Coming to America. This movie, I like this film. It's funny. It's got some really interesting spots, and again, they're taking some what I consider sensitive or serious material and making it palatable for all of us. It's sort of a humorous take on what you might get from a Shawshank Redemption, which is much more dramatic and grandiose. You know what I mean?
The schemes over the years of how they wanted to get out, and the friction that they ran into, but even like little things in life that were humorous were when they were being punished and they had to stand on top of the crate of empty bottles, and he was like, my toe keep going in the bottle. It's like, oh shit, because they're barefoot, and it's like, oh, that's funny, but they are literally grown men being punished by standing on empty bottles. So it's funny, but the whole situation is kind of like, yeah, this is kind of pisses me off.
That's not funny at all.
We gotta get ready to get out of here, man, because we only got a few minutes to do it. This movie, on its face, just looked like some young black dudes in the 1920s or 30s that got in trouble. That, in the movie, looked like they made the most of the situation in jail. I'll remind you, in jail. They were in prison and part of the chain gang in southern United States of America. And from somebody that knows people that have gone through that, I don't know how you find humor in that, but they found it.
They did.
They found it. And that's what makes it brilliant to me. How you find humor in black people going through what they went through in the southern part of the United States during that time, how you found that humorous. It takes a genius to do it. That's genius you saw on the screen. Genius. Absolutely. When you put it in that perspective, then you can understand where the humor comes from, because unless you find a reason to laugh, there's every reason to cry.
Because the humor is the only thing that, well, not the only thing, but stop this from being a Rosewood or a Mississippi Burning kind of experience.
And that's the perspective to take home with you. Humor, finding the humor. Black people have survived all the endurance of everything. Everything. Through humor, through music, through creativity, through art, throughout art, everything. That's our special gift. We will find it and turn it into something beautiful. You found blues, you found jazz, you found rock and roll, you found hip hop, you found what you see on the screen here. All of that came through us trying to find a way to make this right. That's the truth. That's just the truth. But to close this out, man, we're going to wrap this up, and give me a second. Give some quick final thoughts before we get to our witching hour, which is 5 hours, and we're going to get out of here, man, before we get to that. Thank you guys, man. Thank you guys enormously. I'm talking about these two guys on the screen for helping us get through this stuff. And we had a lot of stuff to talk about. We had a chef here. We had all this stuff to talk about, and we got through it without getting too crazy with it. And so thank you, fellas, man. I just want to say that.
No problem. Hey, man. Wednesday night, we're just about to wrap it up. Thank you for joining us for some extra sauce. Big shout outs to the chef. Chef Trip, man. Chef Trip crushed it tonight, I have to say. I've been hungry ever since. It's just too late for me to get any food. Anyways, well done to the chef. I can't give him kudos enough. By all means, check out his channel. Check out Sports Chicago Style. check out Kedza Canuck, and check out the Nomad Network for continued content. We would appreciate that if you give us a like, share, subscribe, leave us a comment. All of that is helpful for us to grow our existing channels. There's the young chef hurling potatoes at oncomers, doing what he does best. But look, we had a good show tonight, man. Really enjoyed the food portion, the Bears portion. We really got down to some of the 30 visits. It'll be interesting as we get closer to the draft and get deeper into who's who in that draft pile. Oh, look at that guy! What a handsome gentleman. But yeah, we'll continue to give you what we can for each one of those potential draftees as we move forward. Outside of that, any Bears news that happens between now and the draft, and as well as after the draft, we'll keep that focus on a Sunday as well as right here on Extra Sauce. So join us on Sunday for Nomad at Night, and we'll get a little bit deeper, likely run maybe a mock given what we've been looking at, or maybe we'll have a special guest. We'll see what we can iron down. But as it stands today, great conversations around the State of the Union, if you will, internationally, oil, etc. You got a bit of my take on some of that. You got some triple R love with respect to that, as well as Nomads. I think we did a good job sort of going around the horn with with all of that sensitive material, and rounded things out with a couple of flicks. That being said, shout outs to all y'all for hanging out with us. Missy, Patrick Higgins, Kwatu, the Scrolls, Mr. Mayhem, AC Adam. Who else was with us tonight? I was with you. I'm in the chat. Good old ATF was all over the chat today. He-Man's uncle was joining us today. Although he looks a lot like Skeletor. I just wanted to put that out there. I don't think Skeletor's related. BT9 was in the chat with us today as well. Shout outs to all you guys for supporting us. WG, thank you as well. White G, mad love. Fox Warrior Gaming was with us tonight as well. And I guess we'll kind of leave it there because I'll get into the weeds with it. But to round things out, once more, thanks again for joining us on an awesome episode. For those of you who are watching us on replay like Smitty Q, big ups to you. Thank you for your patronage. Trip?
Indeed. Also, shout out to Chef Trips for representing, the content creation under the umbrella of Sports Chicago Style. His channel at Chef Trips. And a shout out to everybody who tuned in. And remember that on Sunday, as we can say it now, winding down to the draft, we started building Nomad's big board last week, and we'll continue that and finish that to get to the point that, these are, Nomad's dogs from his kennel, the top prospects. And then we'll, look at who maybe scheme fits offensively and defensively for the Bears. And then, the fun draft prospect draft Nick stuff, as this is that season for at least another month. So, Sunday night, we will see you then. And being that this is now Wednesday night, happy hump day now that it's over.
Yeah, man. Listen. This was a very, I say for me, very intense show. And I'm talking about the Doomsday Survival. I'm talking about the paranormal UAP. The thought that I had to go through to get to this point to set that conversation up was, let's just set it to the left for now. Let's set it over here and leave it there. Let's sit it there. And when you look at this show again, and I encourage everybody to rewatch this show and go over the points that we made here. In that particular part, those particular parts of the show, just go over those. And we'll be all right if you do that. Just go over those. We're just trying to bring awareness to what's really going on around you. The show that we do right now on Wednesday night, Some Extra Sauce, is really entertainment to really keep your mind off of those types of things. But then sometimes the world advances to a point where you can't ignore certain things. And that's what happened tonight. That's what happened. We could not ignore what's going on around us. And sometimes it delves slightly into politics. And I just so appreciate these two fellas for not letting that get out of hand. Because we all know that it's very divisive right now. We know it. We understand it. We've had conversations about it. And live on the show, I just want to respect these two fellas for not letting that get over their heads. They're intelligent individuals, kids and trips. Very intelligent individuals that knew where the line needed to be drawn. And so I just respect them and I appreciate them for keeping it there. And I feel a certain way about all of it. I do. And those things will remain private. We just wanted to bring you the information. And I just want to leave you guys with this thought. Per George Orwell, through chaos comes order. And I'm going to say it one more time. Through chaos comes order. And that means to you, the person that's listening to me right now, that means avoid the chaos so that they cannot have order. That's lasted for 150 years or more in this country. And it's led us to this. We cannot subscribe to that application. We cannot contribute to the chaos so that they can have order. We have got to unplug from it and do the right thing. And the right thing is to use proper discernment. What's right? What feels good? What feels right? What makes sense? Make a decision based on not you, based on what works for you and everybody else. That's the challenge, to not make a narcissistic decision on whatever you do next. Don't make it about you. Make it about how does this affect kids? How does this affect trips and everybody else? If we can get to that point, where we feel how a decision that I make affects Kids of Canuck, Sports Chicago Style, and Triple R. If we can get to that point where an individual can function knowing those two things, we can get somewhere. But I don't think a lot of people have a lot of confidence in people being able to do that. And that's what kind of worries me here. But I know people are capable. I know that. They're capable. And so I'm just giving you some good energy and saying, no matter what you do next, don't do it for yourself. Selfish capitalism has gotten us here. Selfish narcissism has gotten us here. Do things thinking about the people around you, community. And I cannot tell you better than that right now. And I'm just parsing my words right now before I say too much, but I love you all and I appreciate you all. Appreciate these dudes here doing the show with me for almost 5 hours, but we do have to get out of here with a whole lot of love and a whole lot of respect. Hit that subscribe button for all 3 channels, please. I want to leave you with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.